Guy, let's start off by having a look at some of the order of business highlighted for this afternoon. The House will be considering, as well as a few motions will be moved on the table of the House this afternoon. Among them is the County Allocation Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020. The Committee of the Whole will equally be giving or looking into the bill on the County Allocation of Revenue, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020. This is a bill by the Chairperson Budget and Appropriations Committee. The House is lined up to debate a motion on the implementation of the status of the report on petitions of an inquiry into the crisis facing the sugar sector in Kenya. That this House adopts a report of the Committee on the implementation of the status of the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture as well as Livestock. This is based on a petition on the inquiry into the crisis facing the sugar industry. The report was laid on the table of the House, the day being Thursday, June 19, 2020. This is in 2019. Also lined up in the order of business this afternoon is the Public Funding Appeals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 66 of 2019 by the Chairperson, Constitution Implementation and Oversight Committee. Also lined up for the order of business this afternoon is the County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2018. The Chairperson, Public Investment Committee will be moving a motion onto the Special Audit Report on procurement of pre-export verification of conformity to standard services by the Kenya Bureau of Standards. The motion reads that this House adopts the report of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Special Audit Report. This is on the procurement of pre-export verification in conformity to standard services for used motor vehicles, mobile equipment, and used spare parts in Kenya by the Kenya Bureau of Standards. That particular report was laid on the table of the House, the day being 2nd of June 2020. Pursuant to the provisions of number 42A, subsection 5, members of Parliament will be fielding questions for reply before specified departmental committees. The member for Kathiani, Honorable Robert Mbui, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning, that is the Cabinet Secretary aware that during the compulsory acquisition of land by the government, this is in 1985, for the expansion of Kathiani Level 4 Hospital, only 5 out of 8 of the affected landowners were compensated. And second, could the Cabinet Secretary consider compensating the remaining 3 affected landowners in that particular area? Those particular questions will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Lands. Member for Runyenjes, Honorable Eric Muchangi, to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation to provide the status of the construction of Tuchi Dam in Iriari sublocation that borders Runyenjes and Chuka Igamba-Ng'ombe constituencies. Also, the Honourable Member will be seeking to understand what is the total expected cost of the construction of the said dam and how much has been spent up to date and when it's expected to be completed. The Honourable Member will equally be seeking answers on what measures the Ministry has put in place to ensure that the construction of the said dam is fully funded. That particular question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Nominated Member Honourable Gideon Koter will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Youth and Gender what is the progress of the recent recruitment undertaken by the Public Service Commission that was advertised in June 2020 on various job vacancies. The member will equally be seeking to understand how many people were actively recruited and in particular how many youths were recruited. Those particular questions by nominated MP Gideon Keter will be replied before the Committee on Labour and Social Welfare. Honorable Member for Westlands, Honorable Tim Onyonyi, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forestry to provide a list of all private dams in every constituency, indicating whether each dam currently conforms to the structure of safety, as well as to provide a list of all industries in every constituency with a radius of 100 meters of residential areas and waste of disposal mechanisms. Those particular questions will be replied before the Environment and Natural Resources Departmental Committee. On your screens is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, making his way into the chamber. I'll now hand you over for the live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests were committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
The Honorable George Theuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, undersigned on behalf of people of Embakasi West constituency, draw the attention of the House to the following. That Article 10(2) of Constitution identifies good governance as part of the pillars constituting the national values and principles of governance. Section 7(6) of Public Service Values and Principles Act 2015 requires every public institution to facilitate the introduction of modern and innovative procedures, technologies, and systems for the delivery of its services, as well as simplify its procedures and ease formalities related to access and delivery of its services. A toll-free number is a dedicated phone line that allows callers to reach an institution without incurring charges, can usually be accessed from any network, and are typically short codes that are easy to remember. Whereas a few government departments run emergency toll-free numbers, the majority of government institutions still rely on normal mobile telephone numbers as the point of contact with the public in case of emergency or for responding to general citizen inquiries. In ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, periods access to valuable information from government institutions have provided difficult and expensive on account of calling costs incurred by tax-paying citizens. Millions of Kenyans are unable to access information from various departments of the government, primarily because the typical contacts provided by the government offices are mobile numbers or landlines for both regular and emergency inquiries. Efforts to address this matter with relevant authorities have not borne much fruit, and that the matter in respect of which this petition is made is not pending before any court of law or constitutional body. Therefore, your humble petitioner pray that the National Assembly, through the Department Committee of Administration and National Security, 1, inquires into the matter with a view to securing the installation of toll-free numbers in all vital and non-vital government departments that are manned by professional customer service agents around the clock. 2, secures the provision of civil education to sensitize the public on how to use toll-free numbers in order to guarantee faster service delivery to the public, improve feedback mechanism for the government through this system, and facilitate communication during emergency situations, and secures the drafting and publication of a policy guiding and directing the use of essential toll-free numbers and are used by the various offices and departments of government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You directed it to, is it Administration of National Security? Do I see the Honorable Koinange in the chamber? Honorable Koinange, does he has a vice chair? Who? The Honorable Fatuma Gedi. Looks like the two of them have a different time when the House sits. A member, Honorable Kabinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a member of that committee, and I want to thank the honorable member for raising up this very important issue, Mr. Speaker. It is true that out there, most of the members of public do not know where to turn to in case of emergencies, and it's only at that time that they realize that they needed to have some of these numbers somewhere within their reach. So we will take it very seriously, Mr. Speaker, and attend to the prayers of the Embakasi people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How soon do you think you can be?
Mr. Speaker, I would want to say within 2 weeks, I'm sure we will have sat and considered the petition.
If you could extend it to the rest of the country, perhaps.
Yeah, actually is much more worse at county level, Mr. Speaker. It just appeared to me that recently we had fire in my town, Gurubani, and it took so long to get to the contacts of the fire brigade people for them to come there. So it's a very serious issue. 1 month. I'm told to give it 1 month, Mr. Speaker, so that we give it the seriousness that it deserves. So let's give it 1 month. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Deuri, is that okay? Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader majority. Sorry, honour members, looks like there are some members who wanted to make 1 or 2 comments on that petition. Yeah, because this time, I think if there are members who I could allow you to make 1 or 2 comments. Now, the member for Kimilili, is it about this? Honorable Barasa, is it about this? Very well. How is it that your card is not... Yeah, it is. It is. I can see it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to thank Honorable Kabinga. While the standing orders allows him, gives him a latitude of about 60 days or more or so, but he undertakes to bring this matter within, no, the standing orders allows him to do it within 3 months. But if he has agreed to provide this within a month, then this is the spirit which we should encourage, Honorable Speaker, because some of these petitions that are sought are not only going to provide some information and improve that particular area that they are sought, Honorable Speaker, but they can be replicated elsewhere across the country, Honorable Speaker. So this is very good, Honorable Kabinga, and God bless you.
Bwandai.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also put in a word. It's been a while since I spoke here. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important petition, and I'm indeed happy that it's going before the committee chaired by the Honorable Paul Koinange, which of course has Honorable Kabinga and others. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter that requires all the attention that it deserves from the committee and of course from the House. Because, the Speaker, in the times in which we live, technology has really advanced. And it is inconceivable that citizens have had to physically look for public officers, okay, in times of crisis, times of emergency, while we could easily have in place a mechanism, such as a toll, okay, a toll number, that can make it possible for citizens to access government officers in terms of emergency, and even during ordinary times. So I think this is a very timely petition, and I'm sure the committee chaired by Honorable Konange will deal with it appropriately. It has really been very effective, that committee, I must say, in this parliament, yeah, compared to the previous one. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nominee 001.
Honorable Speaker, let me first of all thank Honorable Theuri for bringing such a very important matter, and also thank the committee, which is led by Honorable Koinange and represented ably by my desk mate, Honorable Kabinga, that they will address this issue very fast and timely, not within 90 days, but within 30 days. Honorable Speaker, they should be able to look into the whole country, because the problem that affect the people that are represented by Honorable Theuri are the same issues that are being seen in our places of representation, Narok and other places. So, Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee, and let be the spirit of all the chairpersons of every committee, including Honorable Olekenda. Let us be timely and effectively in responding to such matters. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Mavoko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, this petition is timely, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the emergency numbers in this country, namely police, EMS, fire, and the Coast Guard, Mr. Speaker, they are all dead. Nowadays, Mr. Speaker, it is very difficult to have a response in time. And, you know, during this time of COVID, Mr. Speaker, most people are suffering in their houses. And indeed, the petition is timely that the committee charged with this of Interior and Security, Mr. Speaker, it will be helpful to all Kenyans who are in distress. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the Honorable Theuri and, Mr. Speaker, to the committee in responding this in a month, because, Mr. Speaker, if it's replicated in the whole country, particularly the counties, it will be of great help. And it's time we revived the emergency numbers of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Honorable Theuri for this timely petition. Honorable Speaker, I think it will also be important that when the Committee on Internal Security will be looking into this, they'll be able to invite the Communications Authority of Kenya, because there are areas within this country that do not have networks. Even if you have toll-free station, but you are not able to access network, then I think it will be other Kenyans will be not get the service they need. So I think the Communication Authority of Kenya should make sure that every part of this country has a network, so that they are able to in case of any emergency. And even the issue of those toll stations are being introduced, they are able to communicate their issues without any problem. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Bondo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this country, the government has tried very well in terms of how to get information in terms of what it does. But it has done completely zero in terms of way of reporting and getting feedback. There's a big problem in terms of how to do a report and how to give a feedback in terms of either a service in one way or the other. But there are these various mechanisms in terms of how you can get information. I think that's commendable. But the reverse of it is information for what if you can't get feedback? Information for what if reports cannot get to the government in a proper manner that can help wananchi? So I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a critical petition, and it really needs to be looked at very seriously. Like has been mentioned, what exists or what we know exists doesn't work. So what do we need to do so that we bring in a system that can work and can help the country? Mr. Speaker, can bring in a personal experience that some of our guys were stuck in the lake sometimes 2 years ago. It took me 2 days to get to the person who is responsible for airwing, police airwing. You call 99, you call that number, you call headquarters, you are taken round and round until you are taken back again to Eldoret. That when you are talking about anything in Nyanza or wherever, you must talk to somebody in Eldoret to get an airwing. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is critical.
Member for Kangudo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me opportunity to deliberate on this petition. Honorable Speaker, it is true the communication is very important and the key to develop a nation like Kenya. Today, our communication is very poor. We normally have only 99 and 991. Actually, like the police department in this country, its own department has shown a proper communication. Communication is the key to proper governance, and it's the high time the Department for ICT need to move faster and bring a toll-free number to every government department, even in this parliament. If you see our postal, or what we used to call post office, Kenya, is doing very poor in terms of logistics because of failed communication. They have failed to give them modern communication technology, and they could even have supplied all the department of the government with all these numbers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge we move faster with the Department of ICT to give a toll-free number for everywhere, every corner of this country. Thank you.
Baringo Central, member for Baringo Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want also to add one or 2 points on that. I want to say that these communication lines are very critical. I was trying sometimes back in Baringo to bring in those numbers of even emergency numbers of fire and police and other areas, but there is a big problem because there is also awareness. Our people don't know the importance of those numbers. So I think the committee, when they are coming up with a report, they should make sure that they have, we bring up a report where public participation is also included, so that our people are aware of these numbers when they are having emergencies. So in that note, I support, even in other countries, they have even toll numbers on highways. So even us, we should come up with, if an accident happens on a road, there should be a number where somebody can call and he is rescued very fast so that our people don't die just like that. So I support the petition from Honorable Member, and we need to come up with a very systematic way of maybe engaging the government so that they can bring those numbers into use. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finally, member for Marakwet West and chairman of ICT Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to comment on the petition by Honorable Theuri. Theuri is a member of the ICT Committee, and I believe when we call Communication Authority of Kenya to come, we should be able to interrogate this. And what members are saying, Honorable Speaker, is true, because in this day and age, we should be having free hotlines, free toll numbers across the country to help, especially what Honorable Kandi has just said, along the road, so that if there is an accident or an emergency, people should just call and we rescue lives. Because there are people who die maybe because of internal bleeding, because they are not rescued in good time. Honorable Speaker, I also wanted to give that 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting with Communication Authority of Kenya, and we know across the country there are areas that voice network is still very low, and a tender has already been put out to improve on the network using the Universal Service Funds. And even these toll-free numbers, we should be using those same funds to give out free toll numbers. Like Minister of Health, with the COVID pandemic, they were given 719 number for free. So even the other agencies, including the police service, I believe when we deal with this petition, we will recommend and tell them they need to assist the country so that it will be easy for us to communicate across. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and we will, in the next 2 weeks, basically, we should come out with the report.
Very well. Let's move to the next order. Leader Majority.
Order number 5, papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October the 6th, 2020. Number 1, the advisory of the Chief Justice to the President in the matter of the petitions for the dissolution of Parliament pursuant to Article 261(7) of the Constitution and 6 related annexures as listed below. Number 1, CJ petition number 1 of 2018 by Honorable Stephen Owoko and John Wangai. B, CJ petition number 2 of 2019 by Margaret Toili. C, CJ petition number 2 of 2019 by Frederick Geshanga Bugwa. D, CJ petition number 3 of 2019 by Aoko Bernard. E, CJ petition number 4 of 2019 by Honorable David Sudi. And F, CJ petition number 1 of 2020 by the Law Society of Kenya. Honorable members, the report is not for any action by the House, but the Honorable Speaker has permitted that the reports be laid so as to form part of the journals of the House. So that's it rests there. Number 2, the sessional paper on the Kenya Micro and Small Enterprises Policy for the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development. Number 3, the list of nominees to 3 National Government Constituencies Development Fund committees from the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board for the following constituencies: Kuria East, Shinyalu, and Mgwen. Number 4, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June and the certificates therein. Number 1, the National Assembly. B, Enable Youth Kenya Program, that's the ADF loan number 21001500388895 from the State Department for Crop Development. And C, the Small Scale Irrigation and Value Addition Project, that's ADF loan number 2000130014530, and grant number 5570155000751 from the State Department for Crops Development. And D, the Kenya Marines, Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project, IDA credit number V 1310-KE from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. C, D, E, the Agricultural Sector Development Support Program 2, which is the CEDA grant number 5110109 from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. F, the National Agriculture and Rural Inclusive Growth Project, IDA credit number 5900-KE from the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, and G, the National Police Service Commission. The number 5 on the list is performance audit report on land conservation and restoration of quarries in Kenya from the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA. And lastly, the performance audit report on fire safety preparedness in secondary schools from the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October the 6th, 2020. That is the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2020. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Olekenta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Implementation on its consideration of the public petition to reconsider a resolution of the House on the report on the crisis facing the sugar industry in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, August 5th, 2020. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Some of you know members, you've been writing, requesting that your questions be defined, but then suddenly as I walk in, I find you comfortably seated here. So I don't know. I have a report from the Honorable Robert Mbui, member for Kadiani, who wrote to me requesting that his question be defined. I believe he's not in the House, so question defined. Next question is by the member for Runyenjes, Honorable Mushangi. When you have questions, just press the intervention button.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to ask question number 223/20 to the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status of the construction of Thoshi Dam in Iriari sublocation along the border of Runyenjes and Chuka Igambangombe constituencies? 2, what is the total expected cost of the construction of the said dam? How much has been spent to date, and when is it expected to be completed? 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the construction of the said dam is fully funded? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Next question by the nominated member, Gideon Keter. You don't have a account? No, you can't just walk there. Why are you walking there? Why you coming to the house?
Yes.
And you came just on your 2 feet, nothing else. You forgot some of the gadgets. Honorable Kedel, next time you will not be allowed, but proceed to ask your question.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, for that. I would like to ask the question to the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Youth and Gender, that what is the progress of the recent recruitment undertaken by Public Service Commission that was advertised in June 2020 on various job vacancies, and how many people were actively recruited, and in particular, how many youth were recruited? And third is, what measures the Public Service Commission is taking to ensure hiring of qualified young people as provided for in Article 55 of the Constitution, and also why is the delay too long?
That's not part of the question.
Okay.
But more
Thank
importantly,
you.
maybe Honorable Ketel, you say how many people are actively recruited? That's what you have asked. What do you mean, actively?
Huh?
Did you mean actively recruited or?
Maybe it is some error in actually.
Actually recruited.
Actually recruited.
Yeah, because it looks it is.
Not actively.
Yes. Very well. The question
Thank
will be
you.
the question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. I had received a request for deferment of this question, but I can see the member is in the house. Member for Westlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had requested to refer because I was in Mombasa, but I managed to reach on time. My question to the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forestry. Question 1, Mr. Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all private dams in every constituency, indicating whether each of the dams currently conforms to the structural safety, the effect of each dam on surrounding environment, and the mitigation mechanisms put in place by the respective dam proprietors, if any? Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all industries in every constituency within a radius of 100 meters of residential areas and the waste disposal mechanism and plans in place, if any? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the policy measures in place to ensure the existence of buffer zones between residential areas and approved industrial zones, and regular inspections are undertaken to ensure compliance? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources as well. Next question by the member for Kimilili, Honorable Barasa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question number 244 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. Could the CS consider constructing a bridge to connect Kimilili and the rural areas of Kimilili constituency, noting that the recent collapse of a key connection bridge in June 2020, which has led to disruption of communication and transport in the two areas? Question number 2, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the bridge that will be constructed will be to the said standards, considering that the previous bridge was reported to have collapsed due to lack of adherence to the said standards at the time of construction? I thank you.
Question to be replied before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Sabatia, Honorable Agoy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to ask question number 250 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and the Coordination of National Government. 1, what is the status of compensation for the victims of the terrorist attack at Dusit D2 Hotel on 15th of January 2019, Westgate on 21st September 2013, and the United States Embassy bombing of 7th August 1998? 2, Honorable Speaker, what measures is the government putting in place to ensure that the said victims are fully compensated in time? And 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain whether there are plans so far to curb these terror attacks and consequently assure Kenyans of absolute security against such attacks, and what have been put in place by the government to assist persons affected by these attacks? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question by the member for Webuye West, Honorable Wanyama Sitati. Can you just put your intervention button?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the question to Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a progress report on a call for tenders for the design and construction of Kakamega Bungoma bulk water supply and sanitation project under Lake Victoria North Water Works Development Agency, considering that a list of farms who had expressed interest on the project was published in March 2020. Number 2, when will the construction of the said project commence, indicating stages and timelines of implementation to the various phases of construction? And lastly, what measures will the ministry put in place to ensure that the said project is constructed to the required standards and completed within stipulated time as to expeditiously assist thousands of households in the counties of Bungoma and Kakamega to access clean water? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Next question is by the nominated member, Godfrey Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 261 of 2020. The question directed to Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances under which 10,000 acres of nucleus land are LR number 7545/3 leased to Miwani Sugar Company in Kisumu County was allegedly sold to Crossley Holdings Limited in December 2007. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state in details whether the alleged sale of the parcel of land was carried out in accordance with the law? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary consider acquiring back the said land for farmers' utilization and development, noting the anticipated special economic zones in the county? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Next question by the Honorable Anthony Tomoluch, member for Madare. I think he requested for deferment. Yes, I saw the letter. Question is, request is acceded to. The member for Mwea, next question, Washira Kabinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask question number 263 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain and provide details on the recent invasion of farms in Mwea irrigation scheme by a strange variety of snails? Has the ministry undertaken, that is number 2, has the ministry undertaken to assess the extent of damage caused by the snails on crops and human beings in terms of loss of crops and produce, as well as health risks to the residents? Number 3, what steps has the ministry taken to eradicate or control the invasion of the strange variety of snails? And number 4, could the Cabinet Secretary consider compensating the affected farmers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Last question by the member for Sigowet Soin, Honorable Kipsengeret Koros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 264 of 2020, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. Question 1. What is the progress of construction of the Changware Cabinet Road in Sigawet Soin constituency and the interconnection of the same road with Kap Tebeswet Chemnyoga Road in Belkut constituency? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is why was a section of the road left untarmacked? Third, what measures has the Cabinet Secretary put in place to ensure that the untarmacked section is completed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Yes, what's your point of honor, Honorable Pukose?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on 22nd September 2020, I asked question number 024 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government on status of investigations into the killing of the late Tom Wekesa Sirengo in Molem. And this was questioned by private notice. And I was told that this was going to be responded within a week. Up to date, Honorable Speaker, this is week 3, and it has not been responded. This is causing stress to the families, and apparently nothing is happening on the ground. So I needed your urgent intervention on this matter, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
As you can see, 42 minutes since the House reconvened, the chair of the committee, Honorable Poko Inange, he has a deputy, Fatuma, what is her name? Fatuma Gedi. I think, I don't know, is the committee sitting somewhere? Is it? Honorable Kabinga, is that committee the cap?
Mr. Speaker, the committee is not sitting, but we have a team that has been very actively involved in the visiting of various police stations to ensure that we improve services in that direction. And Mr. Speaker, on this particular one, I would like to say we will be checking on that particular question. But I also want to note, or to let the House know, that we have members who give us questions and then at the response day, they don't turn up, Mr. Speaker. And standing orders provide that if a member doesn't turn up, the question is dropped. Last week, we had so many so many questions that fell under that category. Members brought in questions, the CAS, Ministry of Interior turned up, but members were not there. And therefore, we had to drop those questions, Mr. Speaker. No, I want to also take note.
Tell your clerk to provide a report.
Yes.
So that the report is also read out here. So that it is also another way of either getting everybody to pull up their socks inter alia, if not just shaming them.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You can't ask a question and don't appear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have a list, and therefore we'll ask our clerk to provide a report on that. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. But this one is not one of them. The one by Pukose is not one of them.
Mr. Speaker, I've just said that we'll be checking on the status of his particular question.
No, there's no point of it. The leader majority always on Thursdays always reads out the names of the cabinet secretaries who will be appearing before various committees the week that follows.
Yes.
So we need to see whether this was one of them, but I suspect it was not. So let it be followed up.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Also this Thursday, Honorable Kabinga, since you are the one who is present, and I'm aware about the trip, the visits by the members of your committee. Bring the list to the leader majority so that it is read out, and those members who ask those questions, their names are also read out, and they are told they did not appear, and therefore the questions were dropped, so that their constituents will know that they chose to do other things as opposed to represent them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well guided.
I think there's no debate on this. There's a question by the Honorable Pukose, because I know, I remember hearing him ask the question by private notice. And questions by private notice should always be answered within, given the circumstances of this pandemic period, at least within a week. At least within a week, because the question should be responded to. So in this case, Honorable Wachira Kabinga, just liaise with the leader majority so that you can be provided with an answer, and then we can get indication on Thursday. Next segment is about the responses. There are two responses from the member for Peter Kihara Kariuki and sort of statement, and the Honorable, the Honorable Peter Kihara Kariuki is the one giving the response. Very well, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two responses. One to the statement by the Hon Danson Mwashako, MP, Wundanyi constituency, on Mzima Springs, Mzima Water Pipeline Water Project. The member for Wundanyi, Hon Speaker, Hon Danson Mwashako, MP, sought for a statement on Mzima 2 Pipeline Water Project pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C. He respectively raised the following concerns in his statement. He requested raised the following concerns in his statement. He requested for 1, information regarding the financing preparations for the preparations the government has made so far to fund Mzima 2 water project. What is the actual amount of funds that will be required to actualize the project? When will the construction of the project commence? And when is it expected to be completed? 2, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation to confirm whether the financing agreement has now been signed and why has it taken inordinate time to conclude negotiations. 3, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation to confirm whether the first beneficiary of the project shall be the people of Taita Taveta and that the water will reach Wundanyi town and Kashushe locations. 4, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation to provide the project designs showing the scope of the project and whether the Taita residents will be given priority. Hon Speaker, the committee engaged the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation on the above concerns raised by Hon Mwashako, and I therefore wish to respond to the issues as follows. On 1 above, Mzima 2 pipeline is a Vision 2030 flagship project projected to serve approximately 1.5 million people in the counties of Makueni, Taita Taveta, Kwale, Kilifi, and Mombasa. Hon Speaker, the project will be implemented through the procurement of EPC plus financing contract model. The project will be completed within a period of 3 years plus 1 year defects liability period. The procurement was done and the project awarded to AVIC International Holding Corporation on 17th July 2017. The signing of the commercial contract agreement was executed after the due diligence exercise, and the contractor was given the green light to source for the funds from China Exim Bank as a financier of the project. China Exim Bank and the Office of the Attorney General gave a no objection to the loan agreement. However, due to unavoidable circumstances, it took long for the loan agreement to be executed, leading to expiry of the commercial contract in July 2020. Coast Waterworks Development Agency requested for an extension, which was granted for a period of 1 year to July 2021. Hon Speaker, the government is seeking USD 335.34 million, that is Kenya shillings, approximately 36.3 billion, based on CBK exchange rate of 108.2129, which was quoted by the contractor to actualize the project. In line with the financing agreement, China Exim Bank will finance 85%, amounting to Kenya shillings 29.030363,937, while the Kenya government will finance 15% of the project, amounting to 7,725,000 590,984.25, comprising of the project safeguards and the cost of environmental social impact assessment and the resettlement action plan. On 2, Mr. Speaker, on the second question by the honorable member, Hon Speaker, the commercial contract has been extended to July 2021. The new schedule and timelines towards signing the financing agreement is under negotiations between the National Treasury and the China Exim Bank. Once the negotiations on the financing agreement are concluded and cleared by the Attorney General, the financing agreement will be signed to pave way for the commencement of the detailed designs and construction works for the project. Honorable Speaker, on question 3, water will be supplied to communities along the pipeline corridor in order to enhance access to water and improve the well-being of the people while at the same time ensuring integrity of the pipeline. Wundanyi and Kishushe locations are at a very high elevation compared to the pipeline, approximately 1,400 meters higher. Supplying water to these areas from the pipeline will not be feasible because the cost of doing so would be unsustainable due to the high operational costs that will be required. In this regard, the solution to expanding water supply to Wundanyi town would best be served from River Wundanyi, which passes next to the town. On question 4, Honorable Speaker, the preliminary designs were done by Sincat and Atkins in 1996 and have mostly been overtaken by time. The Cabinet Secretary suggested that the Hon member for Wundanyi could wait for the design review report that is expected to be one of the deliverables of the contractor. The review of the design will be done within full participation of the county, with full participation of the counties of Makueni, Taita Taveta, Kwale, Kilifi, and Mombasa, and the shareholders to ensure concerns of each county are captured in the final designs of the project. Honorable Speaker, I submit and thank you. Signed by Honorable Kareke Mbuki, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Honorable Speaker, yes, we also have a second response. I don't know whether I could go ahead.
The one by
Honorable Bernard Shinyali.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Shinyali, MP, requested a statement regarding Lihanda Corridor gold exploration. Hon Speaker, the member for Ikolomani, the Hon Bernard Shinyali, MP, sought for the statement on Lihanda Corridor gold exploration pursuant to Standing Orders 44-2C. He specifically raised the following concerns in his statement. 1, the estimated value and quantity of gold deposits in the Lihanda Gold Corridor that Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited identified and the mining methods that the company intended to deploy in mining gold in this particular region in light of sustainability of the environment. 2, the ownership of Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited that has been awarded the rights to prospect gold in Lihanda Gold Corridor and whether it had local shareholding. 3, the formula and structure that the ministry intended to use in ensuring that there is equitable sharing of revenue and royalties between the national government and the county government within Lihanda Gold Corridor once economic exploration of gold commences. 4, the services and infrastructure developments that the ministry and Acacia Exploration Kenya intended to roll out within Lihanda Gold Corridor to benefit the locals. 5, the compensation plan for the locals who had been affected by exploration activities and those who may be affected at the commencement of commercial mining and the timeline for compensating the affected locals. Honorable Speaker, this committee engaged the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining for responses on the above concerns raised by Hon Shinyali. I therefore wish to respond to the above issues as follows. Since pre-colonial times, parts of the Western Belt, especially sections of the present Kakamega County, have been known to be rich in mineral deposits, especially gold. Indeed, the name Ikolomani is the corrupted version of gold mine, where locals have for long been earning a living through artisanal gold mining. In the recent past, Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited, an international mining company, has been prospecting for large-scale and economically viable deposits of gold in Lihanda Gold Corridor, comprising of parts of Kakamega, Siaya, and Kisumu counties. Honorable Speaker, on the estimated value of and quantity of gold deposits in Lihanda Gold Corridor, one above, the ministry responded that the gold deposits in Lihanda Corridor has been discovered and contains an estimated resource of 1,182,000 ounces of gold, grading at 12.6 grams per ton. The resource is classified as inferred. That is the lowest level of confidence within the regulatory body called Standards of Disclosure for Mineral Projects that regulates resource deposits classification. The realizable value for gold of the gold has not yet been determined, i.e., the likely value of the extracted gold less the cost of extracting it. Significantly, more exploration work is required to determine if the gold deposit is economically viable, i.e., if it would make a profit if extracted. If it happens that the gold in the ground will not be profitable, will not make a profit, it will not be mined, and therefore the value of the gold, while still on the ground, is meaningless. If the discovered resource is proved to be economically viable and mined, it will be mined using underground mining methods, given that the ore bodies characteristics delineated so far. If other gold discoveries were proved viable in future, the mining methods would depend on the physical parameters of the deposits discovered. Honorable Speaker, on the ownership of Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited that have been awarded the rights to prospect gold in the Lihanda Gold Corridor, and whether it has any local shareholding, the ministry stated that Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited is wholly owned by Shanta Gold, a London Stock Exchange listed company. The company has no local shareholding. Honorable Speaker, on the formula and structure the ministry intends to use in ensuring that there is equitable shareholding of revenue and royalties between the national government and the county governments and the local communities within Lihanda Gold Corridor once economic exploration of gold commences. The ministry indicated that in ensuring that there is equitable sharing of royalties, Section 183(5) of the Mining Act, number 12 of 2016, provides that royalties are shared proportionately at 70% to the national government, 20% to the county government, and 10% to the communities where the mining operations occur. Currently, all revenues are remitted to the consolidated fund. However, into other operations, the royalty sharing formula, and in accordance with the Constitution, the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining, in conjunction with other state agencies, including the National Treasury, has drafted a mineral royalty fund regulations under the Public Finance Management Act for purposes of disbursement of the 20% and the 10% royalty shares to the counties and the communities affected by mining operations, as well as providing guidelines on the use of the shared royalties. Further, to ensure more benefits to the communities from the mining operations, the Mining Act provides the following: that all large-scale operators, holders of mining licenses, that is, sign a community development agreement with communities within the mining operations. As per the Mining Community Development Agreement Regulations 2017, the operator is obliged to spend not less than 1% of the gross revenue on community projects identified by the Community Development Agreement Committee. B, requirement compelling operators to produce local goods and services as per mining procurement of local goods and services regulations. The companies are required to provide plans and budget at the time of application and licensing for scrutiny, which plans are monitored for compliance during the term of operation. C, preferential employment and training of locals and Kenyans. Large-scale mining operators are required to present for approval a program for employment and training of Kenyans. Any specialized expatriate personnel is supposed to train Kenyans to ensure technology transfer within given timelines pegged on work permit issuance and/or renewal. Further, approval has to be sought for any importation of goods and sourcing of services from abroad to ensure that only specialized goods and services that are not available locally are sourced from outside the country. Honorable Speaker, the ministry calls on the local leadership and the country and the county government to team up with it in facilitating development of local entrepreneurship, to prepare and enable the locals to participate in supply of goods and services. On the services and infrastructure development that the ministry and Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited intend to roll out within Lihanda Gold Corridor, to benefit on that question, Mr. Speaker, Acacia is still at the exploration stage and is therefore not in a position yet to start planning for services and infrastructure development until it is proven that the gold deposit is profitable to mine. Mining companies develop own infrastructure such as roads and water supply to serve the mining operations. If there is need to share the said infrastructure with communities, negotiations can be initiated as appropriate. If further the government wishes the company to develop services and infrastructure on its behalf, then the two parties will enter into negotiations on how to go about such projects. However, the Mining Act provides the community development agreements where Act provides that community development agreements where mining affected communities into agreements with mining companies where the company disperses at least 1% of its gross mineral sales revenue to the community for social projects. On whether there is a compensation plan for the locals who have been affected, Honorable Speaker, yes, there is compensation plan for the locals affected by the exploration activities. The company has been undertaking drilling operations in its effort to delineate gold mineralization in terms of depth and extent. Whether the company identifies any area for drilling, it involves the Ministry of Agriculture experts to quantify the value of any crop, trees that may be damaged in the course of exploration or drilling for adequate compensation of affected farmers and locals. Before the commencement of any mining, the locals who will be affected will have their land and development therein valued for compensation. The compensation process will be guided by the Kenya Constitution, which calls for prompt and fair compensation. The Mining Act 2016, the Land Act, and the World Bank guidelines on compensation and resettlement. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit. Signed by Honorable Kareke Mbuki, Chairperson, Departmental Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That's been more than a mouthful. But just to remind members, and perhaps the staff who may be crafting some of those, you do not ask questions or seek statements on matters of law. As a lawmaker, you are expected to know it. Now you're there because you have gone into what the Mining Act provides. It was done by this House. So when a member is being told the Mining Act says this, the regulations say this, the Land Act says this, now we are getting into so surely, even the staff who are crafting, who are helping members to put requests for statements and questions, you must avoid questions or requests that are asking to result in somebody being lectured on what the law provides. Because as a lawmaker, that is a standard the world over. You are expected to know the law. so that you cannot, if you don't know it, please just check, begin looking at it now. Can I get the Honorable Dan Mwashako with regard to the statement read on your, in response to you?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, I want to thank the chair of the committee and the ministry for providing what I call a sufficient answer. However, Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention two things quickly. Number one, I think the delays that the time it takes for the ministry, particularly the Ministry of Water, to process requests or contracts that involve big contracts like Mzima 2 leaves a lot to be desired. Honorable Speaker, this project has been in the shelves of the ministry for the last 6-7 years. And now we're told that time elapsed and they have to extend the time so that the financial agreement still is done within the period. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I'm also glad that they mentioned that there will be the review of the designs. The truth be told that Undanyi constituency, Honorable Speaker, the 50% of my constituency truly is on a hill. And, but the other 50% is on lowland. Kishushe location, Honorable Speaker, is on the same elevation with Mzima, the source of Mzima Springs. And therefore, I don't understand why the ministry is indicating that the water will not serve Kishushe and the areas of Paranga and Mulilo. But however, we will pursue that with my colleagues from the county, Mheshimiwa Mlola involved, to make sure that the designs capture all the areas that are within the lowlands. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, they have mentioned a river called River Undanyi as a source of water now for the highlands. Honorable Speaker, I would appeal to the committee to push the ministry to give an annexure into the contract so that as we provide water to the lowlands, they should also be saying a certain percentage of that contract will also provide water for the highlands, for the people who live in the highlands. Particularly for that river, Undanyi, they have mentioned, the water is not sufficient, number one. Number two, it's not a very clean source of water. And therefore, ministers need to say, if 36 billion is being used for the entire project, we need to be given like, even if it's 1 billion, to now process, to give water to the people who live in the highlands. With that, Mheshimiwa Speaker, I submit and thank you for this opportunity.
Honorable Shinali. Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just wish to make a comment on that response by the committee on the Liranda Gold Basin. As a member of that county, Honorable Speaker, Ikolomani is my neighbor, and the undertakings there are good. I want to thank the committee for the substantive response they've given to us. But, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the committee to do maybe one or two things on behalf of our this belt. That, Honorable Speaker, they push for the conclusion of the regulations so that our people can be paid, because right now the ministry is saying they are not, it's not able to pay because there is no formula on how to pay the locals in terms of the 5%, Honorable Speaker, which is in law. And as we all know, the PFM Act says you cannot send money where you have not put the law. So I wish the committee to push for us so that the regulations come. Honorable Speaker, I wish also to bring to the attention of the committee what we have seen going on with Acacia, Honorable Speaker, that they cannot test the gold from Kenya. They cannot trust the Kenyan laboratories, Honorable Speaker, in terms of ascertaining the fineness of the gold, Honorable Speaker. They take the gold across to Tanzania, then they bring it back in terms of testing, Honorable Speaker. I wish to ask the committee, Honorable Speaker, that let them look into that aspect. Could it be just to hoodwink the locals in terms of taking gold out of the country, or what could it be, Honorable Speaker, so that we get value for our gold? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr.
Speaker, thank you very much once again. On the issue of the mineral exploration, particularly gold, in that belt covers my constituency. Indeed, as you speak, a lot of mining activities going on in my constituency by artisans. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the committee say that Acacia Kenya company is owned by some British company wholly, fully, 100%. And that British company has got no Kenyan shareholding whatsoever. What I need to get clearly is, what about the Acacia? Okay? Who are the promoters of Acacia? Because, Mr. Speaker, we are witnessing a situation where specific companies are monopolizing the mineral exploration business in this country. And unless it is checked, we may actually end up not reaping the benefits that we need to reap if there is competition, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the area of mineral mining in this country is still not well, it's not really well exploited. And it requires that we be on the lookout to ensure that no monkey business continues to happen. But finally, now that we are talking about exploration license, exploration contracts, what therefore is in the pipeline in terms of real mining, so that we, as soon as we do exploration, those areas that have been explored, okay, can get into the real business of mining so that the country can reap the benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bondo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes not very difficult, not very easy to understand how the whole arrangement of gold and mining is. Because as we talk about this here, Bondo is one of those areas that are apparently in that corridor. The corridor that spreads from Migori. I don't know how it passes through Bondo. It goes to Seme partly and finally to Ikolomani. It's basically one belt. and besides that, Mr. Speaker, what is being talked of exploration here is what amazes me. Because these are known areas that have been producing gold in one way or the other. There are people, whether they are artisanal, whether they are peasant miners, or whatever they are, they've been getting gold from these things. And the communities are really not benefiting. But there are people, there are cartels, there are individuals that are getting gold from these areas. So when we are talking about a company being licensed now to do exploration, I think there's quite a bit of contradiction. So I want to believe that this thing needs to be revisited in one way or the other. So that what we are calling exploration needs to be interpolated in a manner that it gets to understand what's going on now, whether what we are getting, whether what the little golds that we are producing are not the kind of gold that they are going to be looking for in the name of exploration, Mr. Speaker. I think there's much more into this. Thank you.
Honorable Dwele.
Speaker, that was a very good statement. But again, the bottom line is, for over a decade, we are talking about exploration. Even in the north, people get license. People in Nairobi or in government get their kickback. But after 5, 6 years, you hear the companies have left. I mean, look at the story of Talo. I mean, we were given a very nice story about Talo. And today we are being told Talo is getting out. And you'll see so many exploration points in the north. Coming back to the gold mine, you know, I like the way the member for Bondo has given the geological survey. It's like he has followed the gold. But again, the people who live, even in Taveta, the people who live in those areas are among the poorest in our country. So I think a time should come when we should now get to also value, and this House must decide even to relook at the Mining Act. I totally agree with the Speaker that in the 11th and even the 12th Parliament, we have passed a number of very progressive laws. Now it is the opportunity for members now to feel, and even the government to feel, how are these laws applicable? Are they working subsections? So I think instead of even the statements, you know, because now member for Madhya is not the minister. You know, he's only brought the message. But I think we should bring amendment to those acts and goes through the committee. The committee does public participation. They go to these areas. And then finally, you know, we get value for our resources, value that our people can be proud of, Mr. Speaker.
Perhaps we need to find out whether we have the competencies to determine, because the part of the answer was that he's not too sure whether what is being found there is worthy, or is maybe worthless. But I said that the people there are able to pick certain things which are still of value. It may speak to the competence of our institutions, because then we could be losing that which belongs to the people of Kenya. Those people of Ikolomani are entitled to reap what is available there under the sharing, the formula which was put in the Act. So this could speak to the competencies of our institutions, because I think, is it the Honorable Ochanda who said, is it or Wandai who said that they take it to Tanzania and then bring it, come and tell you, oh, we discovered it was useless. It's the same thing. And I think this is important, honorable members, because we have also seen those others who are somewhere in Kwale, ferry sands put in ships, then they take it away. They tell you, oh, sorry, what we carried, there was nothing worth paying you anything for. I mean, surely, that speaks to the competence of our ministries and people. How, when you allow people to just come and carry shiploads of, they tell you it is salt. Some of it call it rare earth. Rare earth. Now, maybe our people don't understand which one is the common and the rare one. So they pick everything, both the common and the rare one, and then they tell you, oh, it was worth zero. And then can they continue? Even after getting zero, they still continue. This is something that I think as a house, we should see what it is we need to put in the law to address some of these problems. Member for Narok North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In fact, this is a very serious issue, especially in places like Narok, where we have a Lorgorian gold mines. I was lucky enough in the last parliament to be part of the committee that actually formulated the Mining Act. And all these things were provided for. And Parliament was actually informed that a lot of minerals are found in Kenya. But unfortunately, whenever we put money into the mapping out of these areas, somehow it was always frustrated, such that the government could not map out these areas. And what has happened is that a lot of these minerals are actually smuggled out of Kenya through porous borders like the Tanzanian border and such places. So unless this parliament ensures that money is put into mapping out these areas, I can assure this House that people are minting billions at the expense of the Kenyan people. So this is something, as you said, Honorable Speaker, that should be looked into seriously, because if we don't, nobody will ever do it outside this parliament, because there are so many very strong and powerful beneficiaries. In fact, like in Narok, I understand there are very funny, strange Chinese people found along the border of Kenya and Tanzania. They are doing a lot of mining, but nobody in Kenya minds about it. So I think it's something, as you said, that this parliament should look into. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
In fact, Honorable Kenta, you are just speaking to what is on the streets. It is saying that even when you give them these road contracts, even as they send their people, they go looking for minerals. So I don't know. We need to really revive our institutions. Member for Kiharu.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And I actually really want to concur with you, Mr. Speaker, because I have sat in Public Accounts Committee, and I don't think there is any sector that is more shrouded, Honorable Badi, kindly hold.
No, just proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I want to concur with you because there is no sector that is more shrouded with cloud than mining. And even in terms of the royalties that we actually receive as a country, I think we need to give it more seriousness as a house and as a country, because I believe Kenya is very rich with the minerals. But unlike agriculture, which we can see, touch, perceive, and understand, there is a lot of ambiguity around mining and lack of information. And Mr. Speaker, also, I think we give a wide berth to local small miners, Mr. Speaker, and of course giving advantage to big corporations in terms of mining. And it's good that we borrow from countries like South Africa, Botswana, sorry, that we can mainstream the small miners and actually bring much more effect to the economy than the extractive big corporations. And also, Mr. Chair, it is worrying because actually checking acacia mining, if you go to a place like Tanzania, where they are still doing some works, they have actually 5 local companies they deal with. And I don't think it is correct or right for us to have a country making that kind of amount of money, because I believe they make a lot of money from Kenya, and of course lack local presentation. I also want to challenge even the ministry to check the facts right, because in February 2020, acacia mining was actually bought by Santa Gold, the operations of Kenya and East Africa, so that even as we report to the House, we report with the right names of the companies, because as it starts now, the operations of acacia are actually under Santa Gold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I concur with you and the other members that we can drive a lot of money from mining. We just need to get the facts right, understand the sector, so that we can remove the lead that shrouds the entire mining sector.
Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to this mining issue. I think, Honorable Speaker, considering the way even issues to deal with oil exploration in Turkana, apparently an alarm was rung almost several months ago that Talo was not doing well. And apparently, I think there is a conspiracy within our own professionals and the civil service. And this goes even to the mining area, because you will find that there are people who have the licenses for exploration, and they stay with them for a very long time. And these people also cover within certain regions that to not allow other people to be able to go and see what is within those areas. So I think this, for example, when you go to even my neighboring in the Pokot area, Tiapkarat area and other places, there are people still exploring and mining gold. But that gold is in small quantities and is not benefiting the country, but it's benefiting individuals. And as my colleague, Honorable Kenda, said, it is also because of these porous borders that people are able to do it, smuggling of gold and other expensive minerals. You will talk of other minerals like issues of even tanzanites, issues of even rubies and others, which are illegally being taken out of the country. So I think it's something that we need to streamline our civil service and the ministry to be able to reap these benefits for the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mlele.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to add my voice to this important matter. My constituency, especially the area known as Ekwanda in Luanda South, is also involved in this so-called exploration for gold. The people there have been extracting this gold on a small artisanal scale. But recently, in the recent years, there have been companies which have been allegedly licensed by the Ministry of Mining and which are purportedly carrying out exploration activities. And these exploration activities have now been taken up by the administration, which is the local chiefs there and the county government, to be of to take out all these artisanal young people who eke out a living from these activities. Yet these alleged licensed explorers still buy the rare earth from these young people and export it. I have been told, I was actually informed of this 2 weeks ago when I was there, that they export this to Tanzania through Migori, through the Panya routes. And when it reaches Tanzania, they actually make a killing from this alleged rare earth that comes from Luanda. Yet our children from Luanda do not have jobs, and they have to sell this rare earth to these companies through through unregulated ways. So I agree. Let us look at this. And if there is gold really, and if these people really feel that there's something to explore here, then let us regulate it and let us exploit it to the benefit of our people. I agree with the other members.
Perhaps you should take a note, particularly Committee on Environment, when it comes to budget making, because the issue raised by the Honorable Kenta, if you recall, a few years ago, there was some allocation to do mapping. But somehow that thing just, you yourselves, you know, you are the ones who have the vote. You decided that it was not necessary. So you can see some of these decisions could have far-reaching implications to the people of Kenya. Ole Sanko.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to also inject my voice on this very important issue, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the pertinent questions that we should ask ourselves is that why, and Honorable Ndwele had actually asked, that why are people who are around these mining areas the poorest in this country, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, and if really it is not very productive, why are the companies still in the country and still exploring, Honorable Speaker, if it is really not a profitable business, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, the other question is it that we don't have the capacity, or is it that our geologists have decided to collude with people outside so that they pretend not to be having capacity, so that our gold is taken out of the country, sold elsewhere, and the result come as if there was no gold in whatever they had collected, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you have said that they have been shipping out the rare earth with a lot of ships. But when the report come, they say, no, there was nothing, so you really got nothing from it. And probably they have made millions, Honorable Speaker, and billions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is time that this House consider probably setting aside that fund for mapping, and Honorable Speaker, making sure that our people benefit from whatever that come out of the earth. We can also see the countries like Ghana. You know, wherever the population is, where there is a gold mine, they are very rich. Qatar, they are very rich, those who are next to gold mines. But it is opposite in this country. There must be a real problem. Honorable Speaker, and as Honorable Kenda have said, in our place, Narok, called Gorian, there's a lot of mining activity going on. But the people around there are very poor. And as he have said, there was Chinese around there. But I don't know, you know, he said they are very funny-looking Chinese. I've never known the one which look funny and the one that look like a Chinese, but they are there nonetheless. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kehara, now you want to say the last one on this because it's your committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I really want to say that I hear what the members are saying. As a committee, we have also toyed on this issue very, very much. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the geo survey was indeed before this committee, and approximately 5 billion shilling had been committed for that work. Indeed, that work had even started, and the consultants had even been picked. But for some reason, the executive saw it fit to move this from the Ministry of Mining into Interior under the NIS. So some of these decisions really, Mr. Speaker, are things these as a committee maybe we should be seized with. But we also try to see how we can help this ministry to be able to do the right thing and to ensure that we have the right laboratories in the country to ensure we can do the necessary testings. And in the current budget, we have put in some funds to ensure that we can be able to have a lab in Kenya so that we don't all the time hear of ores that are being taken to Tanzania or being shipped out of the country. And Mr. Speaker, actually, as you said, it goes round. You go to Kwale, it's the same issue. You go to other areas, even with stones in Taveta, it's the same issue. So we want to ensure that we can have the right laboratories here in our country so that we don't export raw, but we can export finished products right from here in our country. But the issue of the geo map, the geo survey, I think this is something as a parliament we need to get seized with. Perhaps our committee, together with the Committee of Interior, should have a sitting, because this was to map minerals. And the purpose of this survey was to help the country to be able to tell even other people who are interested where there are possibilities of minerals, for them to have an interest to come into our country so that we can exploit, and also to be able to help get resources that can help this country. So I think this is something we should come up together to get to know where we are and how best it can help even the Ministry of Mining in its future endeavors to sell Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But if the information is kept by NIS, and people come to apply to the Ministry of Mining,
then it won't help at all.
Then that's how people find it, because the people who may have the information are dealing with the intelligence. The people licensing are just giving licenses all over. There is need for coordination, Honorable Kemari, I think. That's the point.
Yes.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 8, the counter allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020, second reading.
Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, maybe by your indulgence, I can relax my mask. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, in a matter of introduction, Honorable Speaker, Article 218(1)(b) of the Constitution provides for the introduction of the county allocation of revenue bill in Parliament to divide the revenue raised nationally and allocated to the county governments through the Division of Revenue Act among the 47 counties. And in line with Article 187(2) and 202(2) of the Constitution, the county allocation of revenue bill has also made provision for conditional allocation for the financial year 2020-21, highlighting conditional allocation from the national government and share of revenue and from development partners. Honorable Speaker, the enactment of this bill will allow for the withdrawal of county funds from the consolidated fund and facilitate the transfer of these funds to the respective county revenue funds. The bill, Mr. Speaker, was published on the 17th of April 2020, and it was passed by the Senate with amendments on the 29th of September 2020. That tells you that there were 5 months that the Senate stayed with the bill, occasioning the current standoff or freeze that we have of money flowing to the county governments. Honorable Speaker, my committee, when the bill was referred to us, we worked with speed, and Honorable Speaker, from Thursday, we have been able to deliberate on the issues, converse on the issues, and within 3 days, Honorable Speaker, we have been able to bring a report to this House, which took the Senate 5 months. Honorable Speaker, I also want to remind this House that the basis or the new formula, the so-called new formula, which had taken the Senate 1.5 years, this House or this committee, my committee, was able to act on that formula and the basis in a record 2 or 3 days. And we were able, is the one that now gave rise or gave birth to this CARA. Honorable Speaker, giving the highlights of the County Allocation Bill 2020, the Division of Revenue Act 2020 made an allocation of Kenya shilling 316.5 billion shillings as equitable share of the nationally raised revenue to the county level of government. The County Allocation of Revenue Bill has shared these funds among the counties. In addition, the bill provides for other allocations to county governments in form of conditional grants. The proposed total allocation going to the county governments, therefore, for the current financial year 2020-21, Honorable Speaker, stands at 369 billion shillings, 369.87 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, which comprises of the following. One, it is an equitable share that we keep, the Senate and everybody keeps talking about. That is the 316.5 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, there is also the GOK grants, which many members don't pay a lot of interest in, which is 13.73 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, there is also the road maintenance fuel levy at a factor of 9.4 billion shillings. And also, Mr. Speaker, there are also loans and grants that go to the county government. That is 30.2 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, just to pick two issues. One is on the shareable revenue. The projected revenue collection for the financial year 2020-21 is estimated at 1.856 trillion shillings, which of the national government share is 1.6 trillion. In the financial year 2020-21, the equitable share to the counties is maintained at the same level of financial year 2019-2020, allocation of 316 billion shillings. The first schedule of the county allocation of revenue bill 2020 specifies each county allocation of the financial year 2020-2020. The import of this, Mr. Speaker, is that the new formula is not applicable in this financial year. So we are going by the formula that was done, or the basis that was done in 2016. Honorable Speaker, that one tells you that the inordinate delay that was in the Senate, whereby they were talking about the formula and the monies could not be released, will not be factored that. Will not be factored in this. So Honorable Speaker, it was to me, or from where we sit, that inordinate delay was totally unnecessary. Honorable Speaker, the second one is on GOK conditional grants. Honorable Speaker, it's worth noting for members that there is a lot of resources going to the county in terms of conditional grants. And just to pick a few, the leasing of medical equipment, we are giving 6.2 billion shillings. The level 5 hospitals, we are giving 4.3 billion shillings. Rehabilitation of youth polytechnics, 2 billion shillings. Compensation for user fees foregone, 900 million shillings. The construction of county headquarters, 300 million shillings. Honorable Speaker, there is also the road fuel levy fund at 9.4 billion shillings. This is the money that should go to roads. But of course, when you go to the counties, you only see Kera and Kura roads. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to go to the final details of the other funds, but I want to pick one. Honorable Speaker, one of the observations that our committee picked, it is on conditional grants. And if you remember, Mr. Speaker, there is a case already in court where the governor of Garissa, where my friend Honorable Duale comes from, is in court, basically because there is allegation that there is misappropriation of grant given to the county government through World Bank. The big issue that we have is that there is no follow-through or follow-up as to who does the oversight of all these conditional grants that we are getting. And it's not little money, Honorable Speaker. It's over 30 billion shillings for this financial year going to county governments. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I will be making a few observations and recommendations as the committee saw it fit. Honorable Speaker, the other concern is the transfer of functions from the county governments to the national government under Article 187, and specifically for the Nairobi Metropolitan. Honorable Speaker, cognizance of the transferred functions from the Nairobi City County government to the national government, the bill has made provisions that where a county government has transferred functions to the national government pursuant to Article 187 of the Constitution, the CEC Finance, in consultation with the national government, shall determine the cost of the transferred functions. Thereafter, the respective county assembly shall appropriate these funds, and all the allocations shall not be less than the amount appropriated by the county assembly in the preceding financial year. These monies appropriated shall be transferred to the national government, and the Cabinet Secretary for Finance shall prepare a report for each quarter of the financial year in respect of the expenditure of funds transferred to the national government. In case, particular case is whereby there is a push and pull between the governor of Nairobi and also NMS, because the law is also not very, very clear. Honorable Speaker, the committee made a few observations. And the first one, Honorable Speaker, is that there is recurring contestation of equitable share of resources. The committee notes with great concern that over the years, since the inception of the devolved government, there has been recurring contestation on vertical sharing of resources, leading to mediation of, on the annual division of revenue, that is DORA, and in turn, delay passage of the respective annual CARB or CARA. This often leads to disruption of services, like it is experienced at the moment. Honorable Speaker, we are, I think, in the second quarter now, and county governments have not received funds for the first quarter. Honorable Speaker, the second one is, of course, on the transferred functions from the Nairobi City County to Nairobi Metropolitan Service. Whereas the bill provides that the county assemblies shall appropriate monies as may be required for the transferred functions, and these and that transfers these to the national government, the committee is concerned there are legislative gaps that may hinder full operationalization of the transferred functions. Indeed, there is no clear mechanism on how the funds received in the county revenue fund will be transferred to the national government under the consolidated fund. 3, Honorable Speaker, is about the accounting and audit of the coordination of grants. The county government's audit report do not report adequately on the utilization of the coordination of grants, as these are subsumed in the line ministry audit reports. Honorable Speaker, is a case that I picked, and it is everywhere in all the areas where there are coordination of grants. Honorable Speaker, the final one is on the cash disbursement schedule. Each year, the National Treasury gazettes the cash disbursement schedule with the approval of the Senate. Honorable Speaker, this is only in compliance, but in actual sense, the cash flow is highly uncertain. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, because I want to make the recommendations, Honorable Speaker, the committee, having reviewed, scrutinized, and examined the content of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2020, makes the following policy and financial recommendations. And I'll be brief, Honorable Speaker. One is on the policy recommendation. 1, there is urgent need to legislate and make provision for how to handle the delays in passage of any of the annual revenue bill, including the delays that may arise out of any unforeseeable eventualities. This will ensure smooth flow of resources at all times, regardless of any delays in the disbursement. 2, a special audit of all conditional grants to be undertaken in order to guide the future allocation criteria, and the necessity for the continuation of such grants. 3rd, that an ad hoc committee be constituted to review and develop the allocation criteria of conditional grants and to identify other areas that may require intervention of the national government to address specific needs, including challenges occasioned by climatic change. The 4th one is a comprehensive audit for all donor funds that have so far been expended at the subnational level to be undertaken, and table a report before the enactment of County Allocation of Revenue Bill for the financial year 2021-2022. And lastly, the National Treasury should adhere and comply not only to the gazetting of disbursement schedule, but also in ensuring timely disbursement with no arrears. Finally, Honorable Speaker, is the financial recommendation. To unlock and guarantee the flow of resources to the county governments in order to protect county service delivery, the committee recommends that this House concurs with the Senate. In this regard, the committee recommends that the House approves 1, the first schedule of the CRB 2020 with respect to equitable share of each county for the financial year 2020-2021, amounting to 316.5 billion shillings. 2, the second schedule to the CARB 2020 with respect to conditional grants for the national government share to county government for the financial year 2020-21 of 23 billion shillings. The third schedule of the CARB 2020 of conditional allocation to county governments from loans and grants from development partners for the financial year 2021-2022 2020-2021, amounting to 30.2 billion shillings. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, the fourth schedule of the CARB 2020, setting the county government's ceiling on recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2020-21 for county executives and county assembly. Honorable Speaker, that's my submission. I beg to move and request Honorable Dr. Makari Muru to second. Thank you.
Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, since I'm alone here, I would also urge you to allow me to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me thank my chair for this good moving of this bill. And as you can see, it was struggling with the time because we did restrict time to only 10 minutes and I have only 5. I was trying also to see whether I can catch up. But I must thank him, Honorable Speaker, for focusing so much on the figures, so I will not dwell on the figures. But it's important, Honorable Speaker, we say that I saw some Kenyans complaining about the National Assembly keeping this bill for long. It's important we remind Kenyans that this thing was tabled in this House on Thursday last week, and the only other sitting time is today, and we are debating it. And I'm hopeful, Honorable Speaker, that by the end of the day, we might be able to dispose of this matter. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill now focuses more on horizontal sharing of revenue. The Division of Revenue Act, which was passed by this House in around April, actually allowed the vertical sharing. But as my chair has said, it has taken so long to have the horizontal sharing been concluded by the Senate. And this is one of their key responsibilities. But all said and done, we are now with the bill, and we should be able, Honorable Speaker, to clear it. But I just want to make a few observations, even as we support, because I think, Honorable Speaker, we don't have much choice other than to support, so that we allow counties to be able to access the resources. Honorable Speaker, I want also to focus slightly on the conditional grants. And I want just to request my colleagues in this House that we start asking the hard questions. Honorable Speaker, last year we had a long mediation on the Division of Revenue. And I remember Honorable Bandi and Honorable Leader of Majority then were part of that team. And one of our key recommendations was that the leasing of medical equipment be audited. And actually the Senate took that recommendation and ran with it, and they have given a report. And this year, Honorable Speaker, we are still allocating 4.2 billion to this program. And the question I'm asking, Honorable Speaker, is for how long? We have been doing this now for almost 6-7 years. For how long do we continue without Kenyans knowing whether we are getting value for money? The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the county headquarters. Through this bill, we are allocating money also to construct some county headquarters for counties which didn't have any, and we have been doing this for the last 3 years, Honorable Speaker. And we don't know the progress, we don't know where we are, Honorable Speaker, in terms of that implementation. And I think this House needs to come up with a mechanism to be able to track implementation. The fourth point, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of the level 5s, Honorable Speaker. If you remember, Honorable Speaker, every year we allocate money to level 5 hospitals, and there are about 11 in this country. And the question is, for how long are we going to be kind of sending more money to these level 5s without really considering the other county hospitals? Because to me, the original thinking was, since they are referral hospitals, then, Honorable Speaker, they should be able to be supported to a level, and then we start supporting the other county hospitals. What is happening? The reality of the matter, Honorable Speaker, is this. People of Kitui, where I come from, when they go to Machakos, people are asking them, why are you coming here to our hospitals when you have your own hospitals, Honorable Speaker? And that's the challenge we should have. To me, I think time has come, Honorable Speaker, that now, this money we send to level 5s every year, we should reconsider and start now sharing this money with either level 4s in other counties. In that case, we'll improve the health system in this country. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I want also to comment on is the issue of the transfer of functions. The bill has catered for transfer of functions very well. And this is targeting the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the budget for Nairobi Metropolitan Services, it is higher than the equitable share to Nairobi County government. by about almost 23 billion. And I think the question is, how do we have money coming from the county revenue fund to the consolidated fund so that now the money can be used at the national level? That's an important question which needs to be answered. And I think the financial experts will have really to look at this matter so that, Honorable Speaker, we don't get really a complication in terms of implementation. The other point, Honorable Speaker, I want to comment on is the issue of accountability mechanism, Honorable Speaker, for the same funds. You know, we are sending so much in terms of grants to all of us, so many counties. But when you look at how we account for those resources, how we monitor those resources, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a gap. And this House, because in charge of oversight, we need to address that gap so that we don't have public resources being misapplied. And the last thing, Honorable Speaker, I want to say is the issue of transfer. The bill says the money should be transferred within 7 days after approval. And I agree, Honorable Speaker. With the delays we have already experienced, it is important that once we pass this law, Honorable Speaker, that the resources are released to the counties, because counties are suffering. We have been watching television every day. All over the country, they are crying that they have no money, and it's time we supported them to get the money. So once this law becomes law, this bill becomes law, Honorable Speaker, let the money be released to the counties so that the counties can start implementing. With those remarks, I second, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think everybody now must understand that this bill must pass here before they can start talking about money being available. And members, I propose a question, which is that the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020, be now read a second time. Honorable Kimunya.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, allow me to rise to support this bill that has been very ably brought by the Committee on Budget, and commend them for the work they've done. In looking at this, you know, we were worried when we saw that the bill was passed in the Senate with amendments, which is very unusual. But it's probably their nomenclature that has issues. We were looking for those amendments, we couldn't find them. But I must thank the committee for going through it and confirming to us that things are in conformity with the basis that we passed in this House. Honorable Speaker, I think as we said last time when we were discussing the basis, we all are concerned with the unjustified delay in the process of, in the passage of this bill. Counties are suffering. When I listen to Honorable Professor Nyang'nyong lamenting about what's happening within Kisumu and other governors, it's clear, and even the chair of the Council of Governors, it's very clear that people have suffered. And even as we are trying to revive the economy, as we are trying to put more money to stimulate the economy with the COVID, with 316 billion stuck in Nairobi, a quarter of that 90 billion would have moved and would have stimulated the economy. And if you add even a multiplier of 6 times, you know, that money would have meant the 90 billion going to the counties would have meant, you know, about 500 billion, 500 billion, 500 billion would have multiplied and stimulated the economy. But thanks to our colleagues across in the Senate, dilly-dallying and, forming themselves and wearing fancy ties, for a whole year, we've had this delay. We hope that this is the last time it's happening, and because even at the end of it all, nothing new seemed to have come. We are still allocating money in the same way as we did, which is what they would have agreed from day one. And then we end up with counties get their money and we do whatever we do. Now, regrettably, Honorable Speaker, even the amendment to the PFM Act, we did a PFM Act to facilitate in a situation where the Division of Revenue Bill is delayed because of disagreement, some money could be passed. And we advised them, and I think, and I remember, Honorable Speaker, you had several sittings with the leadership of that House, and I was there, and we advised them to make amendments to include the county allocation of revenue bill into that bill, bring it to us so that the counties
could receive their money as they continue dilly-dallying and all the games they were playing before passage of the basis. But regrettably, even up to now, since December 2019, that bill is still lying in the Senate. And I'm not even seeing it being passed soon. And I think Kenyans need to start asking themselves, even as we discuss the future governance structures of this country, is what should Senate be doing, what should the National Assembly be doing? And I believe that if I was to be asked, I would say all money matters should be brought to this House so that we finish everything and give to the counties, and the Senate, on the other hand, just does the oversight without having to play all these games, and we left with the people suffering. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to get into a lot because really this is there's a much the debate here can help or change. But I just want to underscore two things that counties, governments, at least from where I come from, they go for these county, development plans, the integrated development plans, and they ask people through public participation, and then they prepare the approved development plans and annual county budgets. But when you then look at what is actually happening on the ground, there's a total variance with what the people wanted and what the governor wants. And even as we put the limits which have been put here, that you cannot spend so much on development and so much on recurrent, on the ground, things are different. Now, this is exactly what, when you then add into it the poor governance structures, the lack of oversight by the MCAs, half of the members of the county assembly being taken over by governors because they were nominated, and hence they don't owe allegiance to the people, and they start owing allegiance to the governor. Hence, instead of oversighting, they are there singing, leading the chorus for the passage of budget that are skewed towards areas that are politically correct for the governors. And it's this clamor for equitable distribution that had the Senate Bill number 34 on the County Ward Development Fund being introduced in the Senate, but when it came here, we saw it was not necessary, because perhaps we were trying to solve the problem by creating a more deeper problem. And now that it's been rejected by the House, and I'm sure within the mediation, I don't expect any more, any different situation to emerge. I would want to urge the governors to, that we are watching, and for them to live within their oaths of office and ensure there's equitable development of the entire county, regardless of the wards that are supporting them and the ones they believe are not supporting them. Because we are also looking, obviously, at what amendments will require within the PFM Act to force that until the budgets show equitable allocation of money, the control budget should not release those monies. And I'm sure we'll get some section that we can do so that the intention and the original objectives of the Ward Development Fund, which was supposed to facilitate equitable development of monies across the entire counties, will still be achieved. But it's so unfortunate, because we've seen that in the different counties. I've talked to the leadership of the County Assemblies Forum, and I've also talked to some of the people from different counties, and they keep saying, we need your help as the National Assembly to force the governors to stop discriminating some areas because they are not, they did not support them. Now, I don't expect that assistance to come from the Senate. So, because we have a bigger responsibility in terms of oversighting every state officer, which they don't, then we can at least help through the PFM Act or any other law that we need to pass to ensure that that skewed development of allocation of development money is not tied to support, to political support, but to where the needs are. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we passed the the 2010 Constitution, and identified the 14 functions that are closest to the people. You know, agriculture, health, even education was supposed to be part of it, except the former president, Mwai Kibaki, said, on this one, let's not experiment with it, because education is critical. And by now, if we are given to the governors, I'm not sure what would have happened. But when we identified all those 14 critical areas that are closest to the Wananchi, that will trigger development to the Wananchi, that will create employment with the Wananchi, they are all integrated to the Big Four. If all the governors were doing what they're supposed to be doing, we would be talking of so much employment having been created. We would not be worried about giving tools to youths, to try to empower them, because they would have been empowered at the local level, right? And this is the kind of thing that at the national level, we concentrate on the policy, but at the local level, they use those policies, empower the youth, and create employment and wealth at that local level. So that at least we are looking at the bigger picture, the bigger industries, the international trade, but with the base having been sorted by the governors. I hope they can start thinking this way, and I hope, Honorable Badi, when you become a governor one of these days, that you'll be the example of what, local resource mobilization and utilization can do to generate employment, generate wealth, and the totality of the wealth from the 14 counties becomes total wealth for the GDP of this country. I could go on and on for it, but because I would want many more to speak, let me stop there. I support this report, and ask members we support it, finish with the CARA, and give money to the counties. Thank you.
Honorable Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to support this motion to approve the county allocation of revenue bill. Mr. Speaker, it's regrettable that we are in the month of October, more than 3 months into the financial year, and today is when we are likely to pass, finally, the county allocation of revenue bill, and hope that the president assents to it, because we don't direct the president. He may not assent to it as quickly as we would have thought. He may even return it back with a memorandum. Nothing stops the president from doing that. And so it means we are not, even as at the end of today, you can effectively say that we are not sure when the counties will receive the first allocations for 2020-2021. Mr. Speaker, that is regrettable, and it is a sign of failure in terms of leadership of this country. And we are all into leadership. We must take responsibility collectively, but again also apportion blame to those leaders who are responsible for this kind of mess that we find ourselves in. Mr. Speaker, July, August, and September, I assume that our county staff, the staff in our 47 counties have not been paid their salaries. Mr. Speaker, how can one survive for 3 months without even receiving a salary? Even if the counties went ahead and borrowed money from the banks, our budget does not provide for financial costs or financing costs of our budget. And so how will they pay the charges that the commercial banks will levy on the loans that are borrowed, Mr. Speaker? We are exposing our counties to total failure, total crisis, and total collapse. And I think this is something that, as a leadership of this country, we must speak against and ask the Senate to be vigilant next time to make sure that county allocation of revenue bill is passed in the first 2 weeks of the financial year, so that by the end of July, all counties will have received their allocations for that month. Mr. Speaker, that is not asking for too much from the Senate. That is just asking for the bare minimum in terms of discharge of responsibility. And as Honorable Kimunya did say, Mr. Speaker, up to now, over 79 billion shillings in terms of shareable revenue would have been disbursed to the counties. And that would have included the salaries and other recurrent expenditure, which would have spurred economic growth at those levels. Because we know that once money reaches the villages in terms of county staff or employees, it is money that is devolved, and it is going to help promote the economies of our rural communities. Further, the part that would have gone to development, and at least 23 billion out of that 79 billion should go to development as far as, and that is in line with the PFM Act. How much that would have helped in terms of helping spur economic growth is so much, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, the moment the economic growth is not spurred at the local level and at any other level, Mr. Speaker, even the projected tax collection cannot be realized because the Treasury, those who are responsible for projecting economic growth, projecting tax collection, bases it on, they base the argument on the possible utilization of our budgetary provisions. Mr. Speaker, something that I think we need to look at is whether we still need the GOK conditional grants to counties, the 23 billion. I think we need to move to a level where the counties are allowed or given opportunity and space to make decisions at that level. If a county is not capable of making decisions well, then that county should have problems and the national government should intervene formally. Instead of having shareable revenue allocated, then we go ahead and start giving conditional grants for functions that are basically devolved. So that needs to be looked into. I have no problem with the 30 billion, which is the grants and loans from our development partners, because then those ones have to go to the counties as conditional grants. Mr. Speaker, something else that probably I also want to talk about is matters regarding accountability. And this we have talked about many times, Mr. Speaker, but it appears that our counties, the management and the management of our counties, led by governors, don't listen to us. Mr. Speaker, it is high time that we bring legislation to tighten the accountability aspect, so that those counties which, with the clearly defined parameters of assessing accountability, because I think as we speak now, we are talking about issues of accountability generally, and we have left it to the dictates of the reports of the Auditor General. We need now, I think, to move and come up with the legislation that would help in assessing accountability in our counties and with actions to be taken in the event that those counties don't follow the laid down procedure. My final comment, Mr. Speaker, on this is because I am sure many members want to contribute and we want to pass this bill quickly and go to the committee of the whole House. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the bill that is in the Senate, I think if the Senate is listening to us, they are doing a lot of injustice to our counties. Let them approve that bill with amendments including county allocation of revenue bill, so that in the event we are faced with the similar circumstances that we have found ourselves in this year, counties would be able to run even as we sort out our political differences and political discussions and mediations. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
I thought, Honorable Badi, the counties are not yet in a position to approve their budgets until this law becomes an act of parliament, isn't it? Yeah. Well, it's one of those things, I think. Honorable Duale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I support this, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2020, which was timely introduced in Parliament by April 2020 as provided for in Article 218, subsection 1 of the Constitution, in anticipation for enactment and assent by 30th of June. However, of course, the politics of resource contestation at the Senate delayed the enactment of this important piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, before I go to the crux of this bill, I had, senators, even the Speaker of the Senate, with a lot of respect, this morning on radio saying that they're waiting for the President to land and to assent to. That is far from the truth. They're lying to the people of Kenya. They're lying to the county governments. And the problem was them. Until this House concur, we don't have the powers to change anything. But until this House concur in all the stages and a vellum is produced by the clerk's office to the president, which again the president can apply the constitution and return it with a memorandum. So I really want to ask the Senate, the colleagues, please read the law. Read the law, 218. This is the House. This is the only bill, in fact, that is exclusively for the Senate. It originates from the Senate. So this is your bill, but you are the ones who delayed, and you are the ones that made Kenyans working in the counties not earn their salaries for 3 months. Mr. Speaker, the amount, I'm happy the Budget Committee stick to the 316.5 that we passed in the Division of Revenue Bill. All the other monies that were being said outside there were just, stories. They were not based on law, including the 56 billion. Because Article 135 of the Constitution is very clear. If the president makes a decision, he must do it in writing, he must sign it, and he must put his seal. So all the others, the 56 billion, was just a political gimmick, Senate was playing. Mr. Speaker, 316 is equitable share. And Kenyans must hear the amount of money. Those of us who voted for a devolved system of government, we wanted devolution to be felt, health sector to be felt, agriculture, livestock, water, ECD, the 9.4 billion, the road maintenance levy fund. Mr. Speaker, I don't think, from where I come from, the region I come from, I don't think whether the fruits of devolution has been felt. Because in fact, if you go to counties, they are violating the PFM Act. There's more on salaries and personal emoluments than development. Development and recurrent is put in the law. How much is for recurrent, how much is for development. But if you go to counties, you'll find there are counties that are spending less than 10, 15% on development. The rest going to recurrent. Mr. Speaker, additional allocations from the share of national government revenue amounting to 13.7 billion. These are, very clear things that the Jubilee government believed in. Level 5 hospitals, there are 11 level 5 hospitals, including the one in my constituency, that every year receives between 330 million to 500 million, depending on the location. Today, if you go to level 5 hospital in Garissa County, that received this conditional grant for the last, I think, 8 years, you will be shocked. You look at the money going to the health facilities, for free maternity, rehabilitation of youth polytechnics, the construction of headquarters, the road maintenance levy. The elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, and this morning, even the Public House Committee was grappling. Was this conditional allocation finance from loans and grants from our development partners? This money, Mr. Speaker, is close to about 30.2 billion. This money comes to National Treasury or the donor, and it straight goes to the governors. In fact, it doesn't pass through the State Department. This morning, the State Department for Devolution said, we are not aware on these programs. We only do policy. We only go and inspect. And the bone of contention was a project in Migori. So we were asking ourselves, who is the IE holder? The IE holder happens to be the governor, the county government. And that's why you see people have eaten the 360.5. They have eaten the conditional grant from the national government. Now they're eating the donor funded. This money we are loaned. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we just concur, but I'm sure the Senate and the county assemblies.
Member for Community.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. First and foremost, I want to thank the Committee of Budget. Honorable Kanini Kega, we salute you. We saw you're a new learner, but you've done very well because you've managed to do this within the shortest time possible. Mr. Speaker, I was also surprised. When I was in the village, I hear people saying that this bill now they've negotiated, the counties and the senators agreed that they are going to release the money. Without them knowing, Mr. Speaker, that we have two chambers. And one of the objectives of the two chambers is for checks and balances, Mr. Speaker. So once a bill has been passed in the Senate, has to come to National Assembly. As a matter of fact, it should also undergo public participation, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to thank the Committee of Budget because they did this within the shortest time possible. However, Mr. Speaker, the report was tabled today. We didn't have the benefit of looking at it because the debate was coming within the same session. But however, we listened carefully when they were moving and when they were seconding. Mr. Speaker, one of the critical issues, if I look at Article 95 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, Part 4, Sub-Article 4, it clearly stipulates that the National Assembly will be the one to allocate funds, national revenue, between the levels of government. We have the two levels of government, Mr. Speaker. And on the way forward, maybe we need a legislative proposal to provide the framework in terms of partialization. Let the division of revenue bill be a responsibility of this National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. Let the Senate, as per Article 96 of the Constitution, concentrate on the interests of the counties, Mr. Speaker. Once they focus on their core business, we focus on ours, I think the delays will be gone. Mr. Speaker, it's been very shameful for the Senate. The Commission for Revenue Allocation had submitted this to them, is it 2019 April, Mr. Speaker? More than a year. They are now coming pretending the last minute, Mr. Speaker, to be busy. 10 attempts, you don't get a solution. They have caused an embarrassment, Mr. Speaker. Look at the time frame they've taken and look at the time frame the National Assembly has taken. It is important for future, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes on such matters, it should be for the benefit of the common mwananchi. We should count out politics, Mr. Speaker, because part of that delay was because of some people want to score these political scores. And as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, I heard people celebrating that, oh, in Kakamega was to get this. But because we did not vote, now we've gotten more. Where is more? When the president talks of 56 billion, where is he going to get it from, Mr. Speaker? There's no money. And in case you change CORB, you must amend the division of revenue bill, which is an act. It had already passed. There was no more money that we were going to get. When the president talked of the 56 billion, the president is not KRA, Mr. Speaker. So there's no more money. Let counties know they are going to get their money based on the Division of Revenue Act, which was ascended by His Excellency the President. And from this House, Mr. Speaker, this House on matters of budget, on matters of funds, and we are being magnanimous, we don't want to bring any amendments, Mr. Speaker, for the sake, actually, of the counties. Because when you look at it, there were other anomalies that this House has a right, actually, to amend. But because for the sake of the counties, Mr. Speaker, we want it to pass, and we are telling our governors wherever they are, Mr. Speaker, as they cry and rely on this national revenue, remember, they also have a responsibility when it comes in raising the local revenue. Maybe the highest time, there should be a partnership with KRA, Mr. Speaker, to improve in terms of their revenue-raising measures. Because these counties, Mr. Speaker, when there were county councils, when there were municipal councils, Mr. Speaker, they were actually raising more. The question you're asking, how comes all of a sudden the amount they are raising now has gone less? But the people who work there, Mr. Speaker, they tell us that that is the pocket money for the governors. They collect money, but they under-declare. So this is the highest time that we must look into that issue so that we see that this local revenue, how can it be declared, Mr. Speaker? Because when you go to the locals, the Mamamboga is being levied, Mr. Speaker. It's paying some taxation. The Boda, they are paying taxation. So the measures of raising revenue, as a matter of fact, they have been increased. But the amount of money that is being raised, it is being under-declared. This is the question we're asking. And maybe it's the highest time the ESCC should be able to do a follow-up and give a projection in terms of the trend analysis. Where is this money going? It is not being declared, Mr. Speaker. When you go to the ground, Mr. Speaker, the money that is being failed in terms of development, it's actually CDF. The fruits of devolution, Mr. Speaker, in my own county, you can't feel the devolution money, Mr. Speaker. This is the truth of the matter. It is only CDF that is being failed. So our governors, wherever they are, we are telling, and many of us also who have ambitions, Mr. Speaker, we want them to lead by good example. Because we want this money of devolution to be fed to the common mwananchi. The Trans Nzoia County, when you pass in town, there are potholes all over. You wonder, where does the money go to? When it comes to Kura, Mr. Speaker, and we've seen this happening in our own counties, when the funds for Kura make roads, the governor comes and claims that he's the one who has made the road. Maybe it's the highest time we must do the labeling so that we can bring this difference, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Honorable Amalwa, you know, you captured something about provisions of Article 95, Clause 4, Paragraph A, vis-a-vis 96, Clause 3. But if you read them, if one was to read them horizontally against 218, 1A and B, it would actually make a lot of sense what you just said, because indeed, even though 218 talks about the documents to be tabled before Parliament, 2 months before the end of the financial year, that should be the argument, that the documents, Division of Revenue 218-1A should be tabled in the National Assembly, County Allocation Revenue Bill 218-1B into the Senate, and it would work miracles, I believe. Very well, Honorable Wachira Kabinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to also support this particular bill and also commend the chair and his team of the Budget Committee, Honorable Kanini Kega, for moving very fast and ensuring that we do not have the delay that we had in Senate on this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to comment more so on the usage of the money that we approve in this House that goes to the county governments, Mr. Speaker. As my brother Honorable Amarwa, incoming somewhere, did state, what we are seeing out there, Mr. Speaker, is actually work by the national government. When you walk around, you find structures that are stored, that were started by either previous regimes or by these regimes, but not complete, structures that would have given or would give our people services and have devolution felt out there, Mr. Speaker. In my own constituency, I have more than 5 dispensaries that today would be of great help to my people. But they're just seeing them there, standing, just simply because they were started by a previous regime. The current regime can't work on them, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's a high time that even as we approve, or Senate approves these funds to the counties, they should follow them up and ensure that there is value for what we are giving to the counties, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, we found cases where governors out there are using resources to punish MCAs, constituencies, and wards that are not supporting them. And this is something that is really disturbing, Mr. Speaker, that 5 years can go without any service that is given to a particular ward simply because a certain governor is not in terms with the MCA there, Mr. Speaker. Again, we would also want to highlight the fact that the fuel levy money that goes to the counties is actually not being felt, Mr. Speaker. And because we are not hearing any money getting back to Treasury on this, we can only assume that this money is being misused. What we see out there is work by Kera, is work by Kura, but rarely are we coming across roads that are being done by county governments. And it's a high time we probably encourage them to buy equipment so that they can be maintaining the rural roads instead of money going to them, Mr. Speaker, directly. It is also heartening to see transferred functions, especially with the Nairobi Metropolitan Service, that is doing a very good job, Mr. Speaker, but every day we hear of wrangles emanating from resources. The Nairobi Metropolitan Service, Mr. Speaker, that falls under our committee, had to come to us crying and when they made a presentation, is full of frustrations, despite the good work that they are doing. It is a high time that we streamline some of these processes, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that governors do not transfer services, but at the same time, hold on the implementation of those services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's also a high time that even as we have this revenue bill process taking much longer as it did in Senate, to have budgetary provisions, Mr. Speaker, so that some services within the counties do not suffer. It is unfortunate that most of our brothers and sisters in the counties currently, Mr. Speaker, are going without salaries. Even MCAs out there are without salaries. For 3 months, they have not been paid. Mr. Speaker, it's really, really annoying. It's really disturbing to find a whole reader out there in the village with no salary for 3 months. Yet we know how many people visit these people every morning expecting support, and they will not be able to explain to them that they don't have money. So, Mr. Speaker, as I rise and as I support this particular bill, it is my humble opinion that Senate needs to be much more careful, much more keen in seeing how these money flows are getting out to the counties and how effective the money is being utilized out there, and more so on the development of infrastructure that is core, also developed by...
Member for Ugenya. I've just given you. Maybe you are touching different buttons. No, get him the other one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the bill from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that we are doing this in October when we should have done this sometimes in July. Mr. Speaker, I believe that devolution will be with us for a long time. We must accept the fact that we wanted resources devolved. We must accept the fact that devolution probably is the best way of ensuring that there's equitability in development in the country. And we must also accept the fact that now we have been through this for the last 8 years. So, Mr. Speaker, it baffles me that 8 years down the lane, we are still struggling with very mundane things, very mundane issues. The Senate's measure, in fact, for me, only role is this particular bill. But they take so much time on it. I would imagine that the Senate would engage this assembly when necessary to ensure that some of these things that arise, because, Mr. Speaker, every year we have to quarrel over this particular bill, whose competence is largely Senate. So, Speaker, if you look at the Constitution and you are minded to really do your job, I believe the Senate would have done all these things that people are saying here in terms of ensuring that there are disciplines in the law that would ensure that the governors are able to do what they're supposed to do within the law. But they don't do that. Mr. Speaker, they want to look around, what can we do on health at the national level? What can we do on foreign affairs? I mean, they keep poking their fingers in things they don't know, understand, or have no opinions on. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the Senate is better advised that they are indeed the protector of revolution in this country. They should always try to do that. You know, I see them sometimes and I just wonder how far people can go in time to make themselves relevant when what should make relevant is so clear and is here. Mr. Speaker, I have an issue with conditional grants, Mr. Speaker. Grants are going down to the counties conditionally. Mr. Speaker, every year there is so much money that is called conditional. I would imagine also that the Senate should be in the forefront and say, no, we cannot be having every year a long catalogue of list of monies going to the counties as grants. Why can't we turn them into the normal budget monies? Because they are not coming from donors, they're coming from the national budget. Why can't we get a way of ensuring that these monies go into the mainstream budgets of the counties? Money is coming from donors, Mr. Speaker, too. That, for me, also has an issue. The Senate, by now, would have gotten a way of dealing with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that these things are done the right way. The other day, a governor was charged on donor money, and I'm happy personally that people are looking to, the donors are looking to ensure that their monies are used well. It's a failure of the Senate for me that we cannot get county government monies being used well, yet that is the only role they have. So, Speaker, the intermittent disbursement of monies to the counties every year, it's like a song now. It's like the County Council of Governors' job only is to come out and address the press that money has delayed. The only time you hear and see them is when the money has delayed. Why can't they also sit down as adults, the COG and Senate, and get the Ministry of Finance? Can we agree on a good flowing way of getting money to the counties? Because every month salaries delay, every 3 months salaries delay. Why? Because someone is not following the law. So, Speaker, we cannot devolve and give the Ministry of Finance so much powers so that monies are in the at the national level, not trickling down, governors crying every day, and we cannot get them, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to support and say that we should not, and I want to advise also this House, we should not try to undermine devolution just because of the teething problems. Our job as an assembly would be to ensure that where Senate is doing a good job, we'll support them. Where they're not doing a good job, we'll refuse to support them. So that devolution can be anchored truthfully and with big, long roots so that in the future, we don't have these kind of teething problems, Mr. Speaker. 10 years down the lane, we're still talking about, agreeing on formulas and all that. It's a shame. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Member for Kiharu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to contribute. And I actually rise to oppose, Mr. Speaker. One, because even after incorporating the 56 billion shillings that is actually not available, and even referencing on how we have been giving monies to our counties, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we are observing equity and equality insofar as dispersing money to our counties is concerned. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe the whole process is therefore flawed. And if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker, I can relax my mask. One, because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the per capita allocation of the money that we give to our counties per person, per region, Mr. Speaker, if you look at both horizontal equity and vertical equity, Mr. Speaker, we are leaving a lot to be desired. Mr. Speaker, I come from a county that is densely populated, and I am sure even the region that I come from is densely populated. And the way we have been disbursing money to our counties, Mr. Speaker, I think it is not correct and it's not right. It does not exhibit equity in our country. Mr. Speaker, if we are to divide, even after incorporating the 66 billion, if we are to divide the money that we actually apportion per county, every Kenyan is supposed to receive 7,800 shillings per annum per capita. But, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of disparities, Mr. Speaker, that cannot be justified by anything, including the expansiveness of land or even poverty index. Mr. Speaker, Murang'a County's per capita, even after incorporating the 56 billion, is around partly 6,700 shillings. Comparatively the same with a county like Tana River, Mr. Speaker, that is receiving around 20,000 shillings. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that is the route that we should take as a country. Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at the population of Kiambu County and you compare the same with Turkana County, Mr. Speaker, Kiambu County is like 3 times that of Turkana County. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think there is any justification that therefore Turkana County should actually receive more money than Kiambu County that has population more than thrice, Mr. Speaker. But there are some issues even beyond that I would like to highlight, Mr. Speaker, even as we talk about counties and dispersing money to our counties. One, Mr. Speaker, what I've talked about is vertical equity. When you come now to horizontal, Mr. Speaker, where counties that are homogeneous, for example, Murang'a, compare the same with a county like Nyeri. Why do we have disparities, for example, within those 2 counties, even putting Kiambu in the same category? That Kiambu County has a per capita allocation of actually below 4,000 shillings, Mr. Speaker, you compare the same to a county like Nyeri, which is approaching 8,000. These are people who live around the same conditions. Their parameters are the same. Their conditions are the same. They are homogeneous. Mr. Speaker, the new formula that came from Senate, and I believe the one that we are debating here today, even if we can't alter, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it represents the Kenya that we want to build as we go on, and especially in terms of devolution. But there are some issues. One, Mr. Speaker, if you look at our counties, actually what is more visible is conditional grants. You come even to my county or any other, this era that we are having money coming from World Bank and wherever, and even Kera, Mr. Speaker, that is the only money that we can see on the ground, and I think we need to enhance that. Mr. Speaker, but I think the counties are also borrowing from the fiducial imprudence even in the national government. Because, Mr. Speaker, this country is borrowing more than 2 billion every day, and therefore we need to streamline everything money in this country, and we cannot purport to say that it is urgent. When we want to do wrong in this country, we invoke urgency. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I oppose until it is one man, one vote, 1 shilling.
Member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill and want to congratulate Honorable Kanini Kega and the Committee of Budget for moving very swiftly. Kenyans have waited for this bill to pass for quite some time. And what has been happening in the counties, Mr. Speaker, should never happen again in this era of devolution. Devolution is actually a very good concept, Mr. Speaker, but it seems it has not been implemented well so far. And I believe when members of this assembly who aspire to become governors, since they are used to dealing very well with the CDF, maybe there will be a change, Mr. Speaker, and maybe people will see a difference and the development happening on the ground. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the monies allocated for development you know, monies which are spent in the counties, definitely the development has quite a lower amount compared to the expenditure. And I believe in future we should look at a balance so that development receives more allocation than just monies which are spent in the counties to run its activities, Mr. Speaker. One of the biggest questions which has not been addressed all this time is the revenue collected in the counties. And we are aware that these revenues are collected every day, and most probably, Mr. Speaker, there is no good mechanism of making sure whatever a Mama Boga pays reaches the county coffers or is part of the collective revenue. Mr. Speaker, most probably administratively, counties could have a pay bill number, Mr. Speaker, and I believe if counties streamline that method of collection, then a lot more money will be realized, and there must be a way of making sure this money, Mr. Speaker, is appropriated, either through the county assemblies themselves or through what we are doing now. But in most occasions, Mr. Speaker, this money is really cannot be accounted for. It's known that it exists. It is not does not form part of the revenue which we appropriate, Mr. Speaker, and therefore there is a missing gap there which needs to be addressed quickly, and especially even if it means amendment of the laws, the PMF Act, to make sure that this particular amount of money is exactly known and is used. For employees of the county governments to have 3 months without a salary is really absurd. And even when some counties borrow, and not only for salaries but even for other expenditures, Mr. Speaker, definitely from commercial banks there are going to be interest. And that is not appropriated for, and it's a missing gap, Mr. Speaker, which in future needs to be addressed by law so that the borrowing is guided by law and is controlled by law. Because if it is just allowed anyhow, then they can borrow even to pay penalty bills where there are pressures or they have been taken to court. So, Mr. Speaker, is a concern. The other matter is the the monies for the conditional grants, Mr. Speaker. It is true they have done a few activities, and most of those activities have not been completed, have not been utilized, and that is money which also needs to be audited, Mr. Speaker, and Kenyans have to get value for it, because some of these conditional grants, or even some of the grants given to the counties, Mr. Speaker, by donors, it forms part of what we appropriate and what we budget, Mr. Speaker. At the moment, it is not audited and cannot be ascertained, Mr. Speaker. It raises a lot of issues, and then it also begs into the question as to, then the monies we appropriate for development, what does it do? Since this development has not been seen anywhere. Any roads and repairs in the towns is done by Kura. The government is doing quite a number of other projects within the towns. For example, the town of Water, Kera has done now 6 kilometers of tarmac in Makueni constituency. But there's no way of Kenyans knowing that. A lot of times, even the lighting, which is done by donor funds and by, like World Bank, the governors will tell the people that they are the ones who have done it, and the people who think their monies have been used, Mr. Speaker, are therefore beg to support.
The only problem, honour members, is that many of you are lamenting that county assemblies employees have not been paid. Many of you contribute and then you take off. I wonder who is going to how are you going to ensure that they are going to be paid if you are not remaining to pass it? Because it does not make sense to lament and then take off. Because somebody must be here to pass the law. So, I mean, it just means that you are not very different from those who are wearing ties on the other side and doing all manner of crazy things. Honorable Sonet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this county allocation of revenue bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the bill that divides the monies between counties. And Mr. Speaker, as Budget and Appropriations Committee, for which I'm the Vice Chair, it shocked us, Mr. Speaker, the time it took the Senate to propose and agree on the formula, Mr. Speaker. And especially, Mr. Speaker, noting that at the end of that long time, almost 1 year, in working on the formula, we thought they will come with a very, very special formula, a formula that would meet expectations, including of Honorable Ndindi. But, Mr. Speaker, for this financial year, the amounts are the same as the last financial year, despite the 1 year spent. And even going forward, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the formula to be used in subsequent years for the next 5 years, Mr. Speaker, it is fairly speculative. It is hinged on that there will be an additional funding under the equitable share to bring it to 370 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. And supposing, Mr. Speaker, we don't achieve that, we hope the Senate, Mr. Speaker, even if in the next financial year we don't take the monies to 370 billion shillings because of constraints of resources, we hope the Senate, Mr. Speaker, will not take us back to another 1 year or even 2 years on a further dispute on this matter of formula, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of our main concerns as budget is the value for money aspect in monies which have been shared to counties, and especially, Mr. Speaker, monies which the national government has chosen to donate to counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a figure of 2 billion shillings which is being shared between counties to refurbish polytechnics. But, Mr. Speaker, when you go and listen to what is happening in polytechnics in counties, we don't see much. Like, Mr. Speaker, in the county I come from, Baringo County, you can imagine there are only 1,400 students in polytechnics in Baringo, despite the effort by national government to continue donating every year, this year, last year, 2 billion shillings to counties to support polytechnics. Mr. Speaker, I was in this parliament last in the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, where it is this House that initiated the conditional grant to level 5 hospitals, Mr. Speaker. But it is worrying, Mr. Speaker, whenever as budget committee we call on reports to see the application of that resource in level 5, Mr. Speaker, you still find that there's a diversion of monies which this House has specifically ring-fenced to level 5. You'll still find maybe the level 5 hospital in Nakuru or in Kariza or in Mombasa, Mr. Speaker, it does not receive its rightful share in terms of refurbishing and in terms of the conditional grants to level 5, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House, again, even in violation of the Roads Act, continues to give 15% of the fuel levy to counties for them to improve the rural roads. But, Mr. Speaker, you still go to all these counties and you find that the work done by KERA, which receives more or less the same amount as counties, does maybe 10 times, 20 times what the counties will have done in funds which they have received specifically for the KERA roads. And as I finish, Mr. Speaker, we wish we could do something to make sure counties collect more monies. For 4 months, Mr. Speaker, counties have been complaining of that funds have not been dispersed, sharing has not been done. Well, each county was still collecting their money, and we expected them to have been using those monies in the meantime. The Senate was working on to agree on the formula. But Mr.
Matungulu.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to voice myself to this bill. Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I want to urge our colleagues to move with speed. We finalize this bill so that it can be ascended for the counties to get money. Mr. Speaker, I want to confine myself to the issue of conditional grants to the county government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's the high time as Parliament and the Budget Committee, we come with very clear follow-up of these conditional grants which goes to the counties. If you look at the entire bill, the conditional grants are about money is going to the hospitals, the level 5s. Mr. Speaker, for the last 5 or 6 years, we have been giving these conditional grants to the level 5s. I doubt whether this House has been given a clear report of how this money has been able to help those counties. Mr. Speaker, there is the conditional grants for construction of the county headquarters. Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that these conditional grants are just not grants be given to the county governments because...
What is the intervention, Honorable Sotsi?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on point of order number 95, that considering that members have debated sufficiently on this matter and that our counties need money as soon as possible, I therefore ask that the mover be called to reply.
Very well. Then give the member for Matungulu time to finish it, then put it to you.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the conditional grants which are going to the counties must be audited to have value for money for the Kenyans at that level, Mr. Speaker. Because we are releasing so much conditional grants to the counties, and I'm not very sure that money is going to be, has been used for the purpose which has been sent to the counties. Mr. Speaker, the second thing is the conditional grants to maintain roads in the rural areas which goes to the counties. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this money which is supposed to enhance the feeder roads within the counties. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, you find that very little is being done on the feeder roads within the counties. And this is one concern this House must we must put ourselves to make sure that we get value for all the conditional grants which are going to the county governments, and the money is used for the purpose intended to be used into. Mr. Speaker, we know that counties and several counties collect revenue within their own counties. Surely, Mr. Speaker, I cannot understand how we, the county governments, cannot be put into account to tell Kenyans how, when they collect the revenue at their local level, how do they spend their money? Where do that money go? Which vote do they allocate this money? Because, Mr. Speaker, that's revenue. And I think in future, Mr. Speaker, as a House, we definitely need to make a recommendation that the KRA to open offices in the 47 counties to able to get to the bottom of making sure that revenue collection is enhanced, revenue collection within the counties are well taken care of, and the money is well protected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge our colleagues, counties have been suffering. They are our brothers, they are our sisters in this country. Let's move with speed. We approve this county revenue bill, the counties to get money, but we'll put it with caution. Governors, you must be accountable and you must be responsible for these monies to help Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Very well. Honourable members, the Honourable Sot did rise in his place and claimed that under Standing Order 95 that mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I want to take this opportunity to thank the members who have contributed, and we have taken very, very seriously the invariable input that you have given to us. And Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm to this House that we will, in our report, which you have properly captured, and especially on the policy observations, those are some of the things that we are going to take into account. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that it has been confirmed that the swanky ties, the capes, and all those paraphernalias that the senators would don and say that they have had a breakthrough was purely an exercise in futility, because even that formula, Honorable Speaker, is not even being used in this financial year. So with that, I beg to reply, and I thank all honorable members for their support. Thanks so much, Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, just to repeat what I said earlier, many of you have been expressing sympathies with the plight of many people, some of 3 months without salaries. Certainly not because this House did not act. But I think, honourable members, there's few steps which are remaining here. If you can do them, you will go down in history as the people who actually rescued, who saved the counties. So, honourable members, I put the question, which is that the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020, be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2020-2021 financial year, the responsibilities of the national and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Yeah. Honorable members, honorable members, order. Order, we are now in Committee of the Whole House. Honorable members, from the communication of the Speaker, we understand how important this exercise that we are about to undertake is, and I hope that we shall give it the due consideration that it deserves, and that we'll be patient to go through it. Honorable members, we are now considering the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020 in Committee of the Whole House.
Clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
I propose that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 be part of the bill. There are no amendments to these, honorable members. I now put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
I propose the question that clauses 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 be part of the bill. There are no amendments to this, honorable members. I therefore put the question that clauses 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedules, first, second, third, and fourth schedules.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the first, second, third, and fourth schedules be part of the bill. There are no amendments to this, honorable members. I put the question then that the first, second, third, and fourth schedules be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments to this. I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I propose that the title be the title of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have concluded that business. I now call upon the mover to move the reporting.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the county allocation of the revenue bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020, and its approval thereof without amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020, and its approval thereof without amendments. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020, and approved the same without amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Moses Lesonet to second the motion for the agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Lesonet.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I second.
Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. The desire of the House that I put the question? I never put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Move.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate number 7 of 2020, be now read a third time. And Honorable Speaker, I would request Honorable Moses Lesonet to second.
Honorable Lesonet.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020, be now read a third time. Honourable Junet.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opinion. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this bill, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, what I'm shocked about first is, Mr. Speaker, this bill should have been assented to on 30th of June this year, Mr. Speaker. And the Senate delayed this, Mr. Speaker, this bill for no reason. And the counties have been complaining all the time that they have no money. But the counties didn't understand, I think, where the bill is stuck. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the kind of things that this country has witnessed for this bill to reach here, Mr. Speaker, the revenue sharing formula, Mr. Speaker, that took 4 months, Mr. Speaker, 4 good months, I think, Mr. Speaker, sitting after sitting, Tuesday after Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, just to agree on a small formula on how counties can share money, Mr. Speaker. It became so political, Mr. Speaker, that people even lost track of what the formula was about. Some of them started crying, some of them started acting, some of them started blaming their grand ancestors. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this country to go through that again, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I think the matter of revenue sharing should be transferred to this House, Mr. Speaker. This House understands in a better way on how to deal. Mr. Speaker, this House shares almost 2.7 trillion shillings between ministries. And you'll never hear any complaint from any ministry, Mr. Speaker. By the time we do the sharing here, the ministries are all happy. Every ministry will have gotten its equal share. To share 316 billion only, took some characters, some old men, who nowadays even sit 3 times a week. You know, when COVID came, we changed our sittings here, Mr. Speaker, that we can only sit Tuesday afternoon, like today, and Thursday morning and afternoon, we removed because of COVID on Wednesday. Them, they don't sit any morning. They only sit afternoons because they are old. They can't wake up in the morning. They only sit, look at their calendar. They only sit afternoons only, Mr. Speaker. So people who sit only afternoon only, when they have taken lunch, cannot pass a small formula, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine? Another thing that has shocked me, Mr. Speaker, just to cut it short, I saw the Speaker of the Senate in a public forum 2 days ago, in a funeral actually, saying that when the president lands, he's going to sign this, he's going to assent this, a bill which has not been discussed in this House. How can the president assent to? I think there is some induction now course required to teach some characters the process of legislation in the parliament, Mr. Speaker, not in the National Assembly, in parliament. The president can only assent to this bill today after it is passed from this house, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I am very, very sorry what the country went through the sharing of the formula, Mr. Speaker. And now that they have finished the major business that the Senate is supposed to do, I think they should close now until 2022. There is no other business to discuss in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really had a lot to say on this bill and the second reading. I know this is not the time to talk much, but just allow me to point very briefly three things. One, once this bill is assented to, the first thing the county should do is to pay salaries, and the second most is to pay all pending bills. Because these pending bills, Mr. Speaker, they are crippling the economy of this country, and they are also crippling the economic position of these individuals who did county jobs and they are not paid. Mr. Speaker, this issue of conditional grants, I think EACC, the control of budget, the Auditor General, there is need for proper audit on these conditional grants, because a lot of these conditional grants are going to the main issues of devolution: water, health, roads, and not much is being seen, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I know members who contributed at the second reading talked about undeclared revenue at the county level, Mr. Speaker. There is so much undeclared revenue, and it is high time, Mr. Speaker, this House think of a possibility of letting KRA, Mr. Speaker, be the sole collector of revenue, both at the county and national government, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you see, when this county revenue is properly used, Mr. Speaker, it is even going to be a good chance to have an economic stimulus post-COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, that can stimulate the economy at the county level, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, we are going to an electioneering period, and this undeclared revenue at the county level, Mr. Speaker, instead of stimulating the economy, is going to be campaign money for the governors, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, I support the bill.
Honourable members, I think to put an end to the long suffering that has been witnessed in the counties, I think it's in the interest of, it's in public interest that I put the question. I never put the question, which is that the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Read.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2020-2021 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, motion, report on the implementation status of the report on a petition on an inquiry into the crisis facing sugar industry in Kenya.
Honorable Olekenta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Implementation on the implementation status of the report on the petition on an inquiry into the crisis facing the sugar industry in Kenya, is tabled before this House. Honorable Speaker, I do this pursuant to Standing Order 209 of this House. Honorable Speaker, the committee...
Honorable members, order, order. The Honorable Sauti, the member for Budalangi, if you are withdrawing from the chamber, do so in an orderly way.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Those members rubbing shoulders, the COVID rules are still applicable. Just observe social distancing. It is for your own good. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In fact, I would just like to state that this is a very important motion, especially for Western Kenya, which is actually the most affected in this particular matter. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Implementation was assessed of the report by the Departmental Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Cooperatives on the crisis facing the sugar industry in Kenya, after it had been adopted by the House on the 24th of February 2016 and resolved to appraise itself on the implementation status of recommendations contained in the report. Honorable Speaker, this report therefore covers the findings of the Select Committee on implementation, status of the report on the petition on inquiry into the crisis facing the sugar industry in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Implementation, pursuant to Standing Order 2.1, resolved to consider the implementation status of the recommendations contained in the aforesaid report. During this scrutiny of the adopted report, the committee not only invited relevant stakeholders to make submissions, both oral and written, but conducted site visits to ascertain the implementation status. Honorable Speaker, the committee invited the Cabinet Secretary, Agriculture and Irrigation, Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, the Commissioner General, Kenya Revenue Authority, the Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards, the Interim Head Sugar Directorate, and the Acting Chief Executive Officer, Mumia Sugar Company, on various dates to appraise it on the implementation of the recommendations which fall under their purview. Honorable Speaker, the committee also met with the Acting Managing Director of Sony Sugar Company, the Chairperson Kibos Sugar and Allied Industries, the Director Kwale International Sugar Company, the MD West Kenya Sugar Company, Sukari Industries Limited, the MD Butali Sugar Mills Limited, and the MD Dandes Peak Limited. The committee also met the acting MD Chemelil Sugar Company Limited, the receiver managers of Moroni and Miwani Sugar Companies, and farmers representative at Mumias, Chemelil, Miwani, and Muhoroni sugar factories. Honorable Speaker, the committee also wrote to other government agencies like the ACC and the DCI and received submissions from them all. Honorable Speaker, the committee resolved to visit various sugar factories in Western Kenya to establish the implementation status of the recommendations of the Agriculture Committee. During the visits held from the 26th to the 29th of September 2018, the committee held meetings with various stakeholders from the region. Honorable Speaker, even as the committee undertook the exercise, the country underwent a crisis in the sugar industry, which we will go on to call the contaminated sugar, and of course, every Kenyan knows what happened. Further, during its scrutiny, Canafric Industry Limited, a company adversely mentioned in the report by the Departmental Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Cooperatives, appealed that it had not been accorded an opportunity to be heard. And the Speaker directed this committee to act as an appellate forum. The committee, after consideration of the matter, tabled a report recommending the House to review its earlier decision and expand the name of Canafric Industry Limited from the same. Honorable Speaker, the same happened with the Shri Industries. And unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, it came to light that most of the people mentioned were never accorded a hearing. And I think Parliament should in future ensure that anybody mentioned should actually be accorded a fair hearing to ensure that nobody thinks that this Parliament or this House is actually there to settle scores for anybody or to treat any Kenyan in a way that they are not supposed to be treated. Honorable Speaker, of concern to the committee also was the revelation by some implementing agencies that they were unable to attend to whatever was directed at them simply because they never received the report. So I take this opportunity to advise Parliament to ensure that anybody who is supposed to implement any resolution of this House should actually be given a copy of the resolution and the decision arrived at by Parliament to ensure that we do not act in vain. Honorable Speaker, in the light of the submissions received and observations made, the committee recommends that there is need for the Interagency Task Force to promptly invite the Sugar Directorate and the Agricultural Food Authority to be members of the Interagency Unit because of their critical role in the agricultural and sugar industry, whose importance cannot be gainsaid. Further, the legal status of the Interagency Task Force should be cleared by expeditiously publishing it in the Kenyan Gazette. This will actually make it legal and ensure that whatever it passes is enforceable. Honorable Speaker, public millers are also encouraged to form associations and information platforms, sharing platforms, to cut the issue of farmers holding more than one contract with millers. Because what happens is that you'll find that a farmer gives one miller a contract and goes to another one, such that there is always conflict of interest. Land belonging to any public miller and where the cane is grown should revert to communities in the event of privatization of millers. Honorable Speaker, it is well known that most of these lands were actually taken from communities. And they were supposed to assist those communities in their economic activities, in their livelihoods. But unfortunately, it has become a poison chalice, such that outsiders come, exploit these lands, ensure that the mills are run down for purposes of destroying them with an intention to actually grab those lands. And the committee strongly insists that The most important thing is that if these mills are unable to run, then the land should revert back to the communities, because these lands were actually given out by the communities to benefit the communities, not to benefit the exploitative, the exploitive or the exploiting class, which we actually realized is happening in Western Kenya. Communities have been destroyed by greedy land grabbers, by sugar importers, name it, by the worst that this country can actually give the world. Honorable Speaker, the Sugar Development Levy directed to sugarcane development, factory maintenance, research and extension services, and road infrastructure should be reinstated with a clear management structure and review of its functions. This is because originally roads were accessible to farmers, produce could reach the market at, as fast as possible, but now because road maintenance levy was removed, and it has actually been to the detriment of the farmers. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation, having been granted until August 2019 to make regulations under the Crops Act, expedites actions necessary to enable the application of the crop sugar, general regulations, and the crop sugar imports, exports, and byproducts regulations. The regulations must address all issues raised by the stakeholders, including zoning, where millers in certain regions compete amongst themselves, giving farmers a choice of millers he or she can sell his crops to. Cane poaching, contracting of outgrowers, minimum and uniform prices of cane based on weight or sucrose content and all sugarcane byproducts. This is because there is a lacuna in the law, and this has actually been exploited. There is also the Calro Sugar Research Institute, or the Calro Sugar Research Institute, should be adequately funded to promote research and development of cane varieties, especially specific to sugar growing regions. 7, the importation of sugar into the country should strictly adhere to the sugar deficit as advised by the Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation. Any gazette notices issued to permit importation of sugar must not be ambiguous. And further, the ministry should consider restricting importation of sugar to Kenya National Trading Corporation and sugar mills on pro rata basis, depending on the sugar deficiency in the country and the capacity of millers to address. This is because actually we have got sugar barons whose aim is actually to exploit not only the poor farmer, but to exploit the country, such that all the money that we are getting is going to individuals' pockets at the expense of the majority of the Kenyan people, especially the farmers. And so we are saying these sugar barons, these corrupt sugar barons, and we have a very long report, Honorable Speaker. They should be reined in. They should be stopped. They should be stopped. We should not encourage them at all. They should not be trillionaires at the expense of the ordinary Kenyan people. 8, the national government strengthened the fertilizer subsidy program and gazettes regulations on the importation, quality, quantity, and repackaging of fertilizer. Honorable Malu had actually raised this issue. There is a Fertilizer Board Act 2014-2015, which was ascended to SCCs in 2015, and we are all wondering why it has never been actually made to work. And this is actually the treatment of the farmers. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary for Lands should also provide information on the implementation status of the recommendation under paragraph 111, which stated that the national government should implement a national land policy to mitigate further land subdivision for improved productivity, failures to which appropriate action, including censure, should be taken by the House. This is a very important component of farming, and especially the sugar farming, and I think it is something that should actually be pushed as much as possible. And I'd like to call upon my colleagues from those areas to ensure that we follow up this together, because it will be for the benefit of people. Because sometimes we pass these things and we ensure, and we want our people to benefit, but they are not done. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Home and Agriculture and Livestock should look into the plight of frustrated investors and manufacturers in the sugar industry to avert likelihood of investment losses. We had also investors who are actually willing to ensure that the production of sugar is cheap in Kenya, but they were locked out because of the so-called entrance fee, whereby you get officials or officials who are supposed to ensure investment is smooth, creating bottlenecks to ensure, to make themselves indispensable and to actually, gatekeeping, for that matter, if I may call it that. Honorable Speaker, any private audit firms established in the country should conduct their affairs in a professional manner without the intention to mislead shareholders and stakeholders as to the financial status of companies. And in the future, any such private company which is proved to be in such unprofessional act should be barred from operating the company. Honorable Speaker, this was actually informed by the issue of Mumias sugar. Innocent Kenyans were buying, just give me 1 minute, please.
The Honorable Lekenta, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you,
You
sir.
are doing a good job.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You'll find that for factories and companies like Mumia Sugar, many Kenyans actually put in a lot of their money because they believed in its liquidity, and they believe it was actually for the benefit of the people. It's not. Okay, thank you. So you'll find that these audit companies are actually misleading the people, cooking figures, showing that these companies were profitable, while at all times, these companies had actually failed. So you'll find that the ordinary people, poor people went and bought shares, but unfortunately, they didn't benefit. Honorable Speaker, what we are also saying is that if these companies are privatized, the local people should be given first priority and substantial shares before other people actually get the shares. Because if an economic activity is taking place in a particular area, why should those people be disadvantaged? Why should it be foreigners who benefit? So we are insisting that these people should be given an opportunity to also own those shares to ensure that those people do not suffer after sacrificing so much. Honorable Speaker, because of time, this is a very detailed report. I'll request the members. It is wrong, almost 60 years after independence, for our people to go down and be poorer than the way they were even after independence. And Western Kenya is one of the most fertile places in our country, but it is one of the most neglected by the government, subsequent governments. And I think this is the time that we must make sure that the people of Western Kenya and other sugar-growing industry be treated the same as the ones of coffee, tea, and others. If there is a waiver of any funds, if there is a waiver of taxes, they should also benefit like anybody else, because I believe all Kenyans are equal and they should all benefit from the resources from their own taxes as Kenyan people. So, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to cry out to the members, especially the member from Western Kenya. We need to really fight for our people. That one, there is no shortcut, and that economy can be revived without, in fact, without any sweat, because we have the land, we have got the know-how, we have got so many people, but their families are poor, people are out of school, and they have destroyed the economy. The fabric of the economy has been destroyed because of that malicious, greedy activity of a few Kenyan people who import sugar at the expense of our own factories. So thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I'd like to request Honorable Osotsi to second.
The Honorable Osotsi, very well spoken. The Honorable Lekenta.
Thank you, sir.
Very impressive.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Osotsi, proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second the adoption of the report of the Committee on Implementation on the implementation status of the report on the petition and inquiry into the crisis facing the sugar industry in Kenya, as tabled by the Committee on Implementation. Mr. Speaker, I think the chair has mentioned most of the things in the report, but I would just like to add that this is a very, very important report, and I think if the issues raised in these reports are addressed, we will be able to resolve most of the challenges that the sugar industry in Kenya is facing. But, Mr. Speaker, there are several issues that arose which will require the engagement of the House. The first issue is the issue of communication of the resolutions that are made by this House. I think most of the people who appeared before us, including the Ministry of Agriculture, claimed that they never received any communication from Parliament regarding this report. And therefore, there was no implementation of most of the resolution that this House passed. I think the clerk needs to take notice of this, because this is just among the many reports that this House has passed, that we continue getting similar comments that implementation agencies have not been communicated to. So I think we need to streamline that area. The second thing is the unwillingness by the investigative agencies to share information with committees, particularly DCI. Mr. Speaker, we wrote several correspondences to DCI on particularly the issue involving malpractices at Mumias Sugar Company. but we did not receive some of the answers we sought. So I think that's a very important issue that Parliament can assist committees so that DCI, even though they are dealing with sensitive information, Parliament is also important in interrogating some of those information. I would like just to touch on some of the resolutions or recommendations by the committee. One was the issue of Mumia's KRA staff who are involved in import malpractices with regard to import permit requirements of 10,000 metric tons from Sudan. Mr. Speaker, this issue did not come out very clearly because EACC investigated this matter, forwarded the file to DPP, and DPP closed this matter in 2017. And yet, Mumia Sugar lost a lot of money in this transaction. We also have the issue of Mumias and again KRA officials who are responsible for fictitious export of sugar between 2006 and 2012. Again, Mr. Speaker, we got communication from DCI that substantial funds involved in this transaction were transferred to foreign accounts and that they needed Interpol assistance because the origin of this crime was Kenya. And they promised that they would give this committee a report in 1 month. As we are tabling this report, Mr. Speaker, we have not seen any communication from DCI. So I hope once this report has been passed by the House, the Parliament should officially write to DCI on that issue. Mr. Speaker, this committee traveled to various sugar companies, including Mumias, and we witnessed the kind of plunder, misuse of public resources that led to the collapse of Mumias Sugar Company. And Mr. Speaker, we are concerned because individuals who are involved in all these challenges are still scot-free. They are still enjoying their ill-gotten money, and yet our farmers are suffering. Employees of Mumia Sugar are suffering. So I think this report should seriously be looked at by the various implementation agencies so that action is taken. I also want to add my voice to the issue of KPMG and Deloitte and Touch for professional misconduct that is noted in the report. And I hope some action will be done around that. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we are speaking now, KPMG audit report on Mumia Sugar has not been availed. Even Mumia Sugar was not able to give us a report. And we are saying that this is a very important report because public has invested money into that company, and it's important for Parliament being an institution that deals with the issues that concern the public. That report should have been provided to this committee. I hope that we still follow up and still get this report. On the issue of revival of Mumia Sugar Company, Mr. Speaker, Treasury promised that they are developing a well-structured consolidation plan. By the time we were concluding this report, Treasury had not submitted their plan. We are also asking that this matter be followed up so that Treasury is able to give us a well-structured, consolidated report as they undertook to give the committee. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that after 60 days, which is the period provided for in the standing order, we will still follow up on the implementation of our own report as a committee. Because the issues which are here, if they are well followed, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to deal with the issues of Mumia Sugar and other sugar companies. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of the reintroduction of the sugar development levy, Mr. Speaker. You remember this levy was abolished, and this committee has proposed that the sugar development levy be reintroduced. I think if this is done, most of the challenges that we have in the sugar industry will be addressed. For those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, allow me to propose that the House adopts the report of the Committee on Implementation, report on the implementation status of the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on a petition on an inquiry into the crisis facing sugar industry in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, June 20th, 2019. The Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the onset, Honorable Speaker, allow me to really appreciate the Honorable Ole Kenta, for the good work he has done. Last week, I really pronounced the same when he brought a very wonderful report here. Today, I stand here again, Honorable Speaker, appreciating him for that good work again. This time, he has touched on my nerve, where I'm a product of cane production. Honorable Speaker, allow me to confirm that I began farming cane in 1984 to date. Without cane, Honorable Speaker, I would not be in this House. Therefore, you talk about sugar cane production, you've really touched on my nerve. Honorable Speaker, in 1984, an acre of cane production would give you an estimate of about 30,000 to 35,000 that time. Honorable Speaker, it's a shame that today you could plant maybe 10 acres or so, but the return is close to nothing. I wish to invert the report today that Honorable Kenta is, as you call it, that the crisis facing the sugar industry, I would say that time the industry was in HDU, and today the industry is in ICU. As we speak today, Honorable Speaker, Mumias Sugar, at the time of the crisis report when it was happening, Mumias Sugar was functioning. Today, Honorable Speaker, Mumias Sugar is now under receivership. All the 22,000 employees of Mumias Sugar are now jobless. They are now out of employment, and any employee who is there is now on casual. He is a casual labor, Honorable Speaker. People who used to live well. Why am I giving that background, Honorable Speaker? It is a great shame that people who have looted funds belonging to sugar farms, not only Mumias, we have Nzoia, we have Miwani. Today, the government is intending to privatize the mills. Honorable Speaker, I wish to say that Honorable Kenta's report, if adopted, we wish to ask that he implement it, he pushes for its implementation, so that, Honorable Speaker, where we can explicitly reveal that somebody imported sugar, 10,000 metric tons, we have the bills of clearances at the borders. Why should that person acquire apartments in this town in prime estates, yet the people who planted cane are languishing at home? Honorable Speaker, it's mere shame that those people who went in cohort with KRA can walk scot-free just because, Honorable Speaker, they could be connected in one way or another. It's a challenge to the Committee on Implementation, and I'm sure Honorable Kenta, being a very stable lawyer of such a standard, will also push them using his skills, Honorable Speaker. Issues that came out, Honorable Speaker, from the report, the initial report, Honorable Speaker, were issues to do with the delayed payment of cane farmers, resulting into arrears, Honorable Speaker. Wasteful and expensive cane haulage system, high cost of production, Honorable Speaker, acute cane shortage. Honorable Speaker, I want to dispute and say there is no acute cane shortage. This is purely intended, Honorable Speaker. It is purely intended because when you don't pay a farmer, how do you expect him to produce cane? Low productivity, ineffectiveness in cross-chain value, and weak regulatory framework, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the report that Honorable Kenta has come up with talks about references on the Sugar Task Force, which was also part of the initial report, Honorable Speaker. And I want to agree that if that task force report recommendation can also be incorporated in this report that Honorable Kenta has produced on the committee, it will be a good thing, Honorable Speaker, especially where it is talking about where it's talking about the issues to do with SDL, Sugar Development Levy, Honorable Speaker. In as much as we are talking about cane production, how do we get the cane produced without agronomy section, Honorable Speaker, which will undertake the study on which cane is to be grown where? Not all cane is grown in the same soil environment, Honorable Speaker. We want to look at the issues of pricing, Honorable Speaker. If pricing is now going to be based on weight, Honorable Speaker, I feel that is now what has led farmers to get demoralized. Let us now go back and change our sugar pricing formula such that cane can now be even come from, we can get cane from the pricing from the.
The Honorable Wangwe, you know that we usually just have 5 minutes. I hope you had completed. Yes, 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for adding me one minute, because it's very important, Honorable Speaker, that as we canvass this report of implementation, it should also form without anticipating the bill that is being prepared by the Committee on Agriculture through the Honorable Munyinyi, without anticipating that, Honorable Speaker. But if that time comes, we should now be looking at such issues like the SDL, Honorable Speaker, the zoning issue, the issue of marketing and trade, Honorable Speaker, compliance with the commercial safeguard conditions, Honorable Speaker. Those are issues which we should now be canvassing as we wait for the sugar bill, which is proposed by Honorable Munyinyi. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
The Honorable Meli, member for Tindred.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the report by the Implementation Committee. Honorable Speaker and members in this House, Honorable Kenta moved a very passionate report on how farmers in this country have been impoverished by poor policies, by corruption, and by a government that does not listen to the people. Honorable Speaker, I come from a region where we grow sugar. My constituency, over 70% is sugar, and we supply this to the factories in Chemelil, Muhoroni, and Miwani. Those days when we were growing up, Mr. Speaker, our parents could pay fees very easily. Today, as we speak, many of the communities living along the Nandi escarpment within the Nyando region of Kisumu, Nandi, Kericho counties live in abject poverty. Poverty which has been inflicted, man-made. I think the founding father of this nation, Honorable Speaker, was quite visionary, especially in establishing those factories in the mid-1960s. And it employed many people in my constituencies, Nandi, Kericho, and even Kisumu counties. As we speak now, Honorable Speaker, sugar is one of the highest sought commodities in this country. Kenya, for the information of members, is the largest sugar market in the East African region. We consume almost 1 million metric tons. Farmers in that region, the Western Kenya region, are supposed actually to produce about 500,000 metric tons. But if you check what the barons are doing, and this is a region where the sugar crop is supporting about 14 million Kenyans, both directly and indirectly. These Kenyans now are staring at poverty. Honorable Kenta and the Committee of Implementation has just said it loud and clear, that one, the barons have their say. They love all the way to the banks. They are able to import, and wherever they have been netted, they will not even, no one will even, they have enough money, they'll be able to buy their way, and they will still bring them sugar to the Kenyan market. Honorable Speaker, look at the neighboring countries. If you look at Sudan, for example, South Africa, and even Egypt, they are sugar producing. Right now, we don't compare even to our neighbors, Uganda, where we were leaders in sugar production. what happened with us? Every aspect of farming in Kenya is going down. The last is tea, which is now facing a crisis again. Coffee went under. Pyrethrum went under. Sugar, it was deliberately put down by greedy importers. Now we are talking about unemployment in this country, yet we know very well that if we are going to revive the sugar subsector, we'll have over 500,000 jobs from that sector alone, and well-paying jobs, not just jobs, well-paying jobs. Now talk about other connected linkages in the industry. You will have over 2 million jobs, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to urge this House that it is time to act and put the government on the toes to ensure that our people, we as members of parliament, don't legislate in vain. We make laws, and those laws, the way Honorable Kenta has put it, are not taken seriously by the concerned ministries, by the concerned government agencies. To an extent that even a very good bill, right now we are working on the sugar bill, Honorable Speaker, which has very good clauses on how to revive the sector. The creation of the sugar tea board, the sugar board, the creation of the sugar development levy. All these, Mr. Speaker, are going to revive the sector. But you'll find that an individual will come.
Honorable Meli, we may legislate with pain from where we come from, but we will never legislate in vain. I agree with you. The Honorable Mboy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to support this report by the Committee of Implementation, and I want to say that it's really timely. Mr. Speaker, a lot of the issues I wanted to raise have just been very ably canvassed by the Honourable Member for Tinderet, because really, my observation also that our founding fathers were visionary because they came up with a plan for the country. They said we want to have to deal with the issue of poverty. We need to deal with the issue of hunger. And this is really what this kind of industry kind of, deals with. Because if farmers are successful, then the issue of poverty is eradicated and the issue of food is also sorted out. Unfortunately, years after the independence of this country, farmers are getting poorer. Actually, it is a fact that they were able to feed their children, they were able to educate them, they were able to clothe them. But now, I think the poorest Kenyan is actually a farmer, which is unfortunate because a lot of Kenyans are basically still involved in farming activities. So, Mr. Speaker, what has led us to this? First and foremost, I want to agree that it is really as a result of poor policies. Poor policies in the industry, especially in the tea, I mean, so not tea, but sugar industry, where we allow cheap imports that come to compete with the locally produced sugar, which of course is also expensive because of the inputs that are expected. There's also the problem of poor management of the mills, and this has been one of the major issues from time immemorial. I remember mentioning another time that I had a neighbor, and this is really directly related to corruption, who was he was doing so badly financially that he was trying to sell a piece of land, his piece of land. And then he got recruited, fortunately, into the sugar industry and was working in one of those sugar authorities in the country. Within no time at all, actually a turnaround period of 6 months, Mr. Speaker, this gentleman stopped selling his own land and bought all his neighbors off. Everyone, left, right, and center, he bought everybody else. And clearly his salary couldn't have been able to afford that. So that was obviously coming from, the hard-earned income of the farmers that they are denied because the corrupt cartels are always going to be able to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, this industry also ends up, many times we've seen the government attempting to inject funds to rescue it, and even those funds somehow find their ways, I think, into pockets of people. So it's important that this report be implemented to the letter so that those people that are culpable are addressed and dealt with accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it is true that even all our other agricultural sectors are affected. Cotton, maize, milk, coffee, all those are affected severely. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that recently, as a member of the Committee on Delegated Legislation, we've been involved in a matter to do with tea. And Mr. Speaker, it is so shocking that how Kenyans perceive their own government. You go to the regions of Rift, and you find everybody in that area wants nothing to do with the regulations proposed by the minister that have been already gazetted. Yet you go to central Kenya and you find everybody is fully in support. I mean, totally, it's like two different worlds. The regulations are the same, the players are the same, the crop is the same, and the effect will obviously be the same for all farmers. But unfortunately, just because they mistrust the government from one area more than another, you find they don't want anything to do with the government's proposals. And that is why I think I'm happy to note the government even decided that even our livestock industry will be saved by ensuring that even KMC is taken over by the military, because it looks like the civilians are now becoming too corrupt to manage, the government funds. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to support, and I hope that the implementation will actually be followed up by this committee until it is actually done. It's unfortunate sometimes when we come up with excellent reports and then they're not implemented. Now, if the committee for implementation does not get this implemented, then it will beat the logic of having such a committee in the House. So I wish to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Boy, we must not give up on this animal beast called corruption. We must slay it. And I think the Honorable Kenda and this committee have been brave enough to point fingers to where it lives so that those with the knives can go and slay it for us. The Honorable Koi Waruke, member for Sirisia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance also to add my voice on this sugarcane farmer who is a poor farmer from the beginning, from day one to every day. That farmer, Mr. Speaker, is crying. He's a farmer, he's a sugarcane farmer, but he cannot afford even to drink tea or afford to buy sugar. Even a half a kilo of sugar he cannot afford, and yet he's a farmer. Honorable Speaker, time has come, and let me take this opportunity to thank Honorable Olekenda, the Chairman of the Implementation Committee, for the good work he has done. Sometimes he has decided to bite a bullet, which is not easy for many of us here. Mr. Speaker, the sugarcane farmers has got big problems, and this report should be implemented word by word. And if we fail to implement, Mr. Speaker, we will just be also the same. Maybe we'll have joined those whom we are calling corrupt or thieves, Mr. Speaker, which should not happen. The laws are made by us. We are the lawmakers. And a report like this one should be implemented so that those whom we are complaining, whom we are showing the finger, that company or that person should be arrested. I was arrested myself, Mr. Speaker, and I was jailed for 74 years, saying that I was corrupt. And 74 years in history of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, it has never happened. And yet, I believe and trust that I'm not a I'm not corrupt, and I'm not a thief, but I was jailed. So, Mr. Speaker, the policies must be followed. The laws must be followed. The rules must be followed. And there should be no any exemption to others who are important than the other. We are all Kenyans, whether big, from which family, from which government. Government is government, and it was voted by the people of Kenya. And I agree, Mr. Speaker, that these factories have collapsed because there are civil servants who are involved in these cartels. Last time I pointed one about Telecom and Orange. And when I pointed out, Mr. Speaker, I can say that even us, members of parliament in some committees that are important to follow on those cases, like PIC and others. Mr. Speaker, many of our parastatals have been taken up by foreigners and other people, senior people from this government, Mr. Speaker, just because of that. And that is something which Honorable Lekenda has pointed out. And this should come to a stop if we want to help Kenyan people. There are industries like in our area which were put by the former first president, Honorable Jomo Kenyatta. They were doing well during his time. And it came to a collapse like Mumias, like in Zoya, like Pan.
The Honorable Aruke, I'll allow you 1 more minute.
I need to, because I've been away, Honorable Speaker, as I said.
Okay, 2 minutes, Aruke.
74 years, you know. I think, thank you, Honorable Speaker. So this thing, Mr. Speaker, should come to an end. The Nandis in those areas where they have mentioned, where they plant sugarcane. And it has extended to Rift Valley, now in near Eldoret town. It has extended to Kolongolo in Trans Nzoia. This sugarcane, Mr. Speaker, is very important to us, and we import sugar even from our neighbors, Uganda, selling it at a good price. How they manufacture with little money, and we sell at a high price. We manufacture at a higher price. Mr. Speaker, this thing should be looked into properly. There are people who are just there to make sure that the Kenyan farmer fails and the Kenyan industries fail so that they buy them. If you check those who have bought these factories, Mr. Speaker, they are big people, not small people, big people in this country, and foreigners who collude with our people to make sure that the factories collapse. Mr. Speaker, as a lawmaker and as lawmakers of this House, Mr. Speaker, let's pass this report of Honorable Lekenda to be supported fully so that, and we stop the selling of those factories.
Okay, now the time has run out on you now. We'll have contribution from the Honorable Obo Mohammed, member for Lamu.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipatia nafasi hii na mimi kuchangia. Moja kwa moja Bwana Spika, nataka kupongeza kamati kwa ripoti yao mzuri. lakini kamati hii imeangazia sana upande wa magharibi. Kwa hakika miwa si upande wa magharibi peke yake ndio inapatikana miwa. Bwana Spika, upande wa Tana River na Lamu miwa inaweza patikana kwa wingi hata kushinda huko upande wa magharibi. Bwana Spika, kutoka pale mto Tana kilomita kidogo kutoka mto Tana inaweza toka miwa mizuri zaidi ya upande wa magharibi. Bwana Spika, utafiti ulifanywa ikaonesha kwamba miwa ya huku upande wa magharibi inavunwa baada ya 1.5 mwaka. Lau itafanyika hapo upande wa Tana River na Lamu, sana Lamu, miwa hiyo inaweza vunwa baada ya miezi 10. Utafiti tena ukaonyesha kwamba tunaweza zalisha miwa kwa kila hekta 100 tukapata tons 100. Pia mwanzo sisi tukipata Lamu ikiwa tani 100, kule huwa ni kila hekta 100 wao wanapata tani 80. Lamu inaweza kupatikana tons 360 kwa siku. Bwana Spika, tunajua kila tunapokwenda tunaliliwa mambo ya kazi, watu wanatafuta makazi. Hizi ndio nafasi hii kamati kitia kilini jambo hili la kuweza kufikiria na kaunti zingine, sio upande wa magharibi peke yake. Hii itatoa kazi nyingi, na pia tutakuwa tumechangia katika ile agenda 4 za rais. Tutakuwa na uzalishaji mwingi, tunaweza paka kusafirisha, na sisi Lamu tuna poti ambayo iko karibu. Tuweza kuitumia ile port kwa faida ya Wakenya na faida ya Lamu pia. Pale tusingojee kutoa miwa kutoka sukari kutoka huku pengine kutaka kuisafirisha. Tuweza pia kutumia ile ya Lamu tukasafirisha, na poti ya Lamu pia itakuwa ni faida kwa serikali. Ndio tunasema Bwana Spika, pesa zipelekwe mashinani ndio tuweze kuzalisha mashinani, watu watoke kwenye miji wende wakatafute kazi mashinani. Tukisema pesa iletwe tu kwenye watu wengi, basi tutasababisha kuwe na juu ya watu katika miji. Sasa kamati hii naiomba tafadhali, au bunge lipitishe kwamba hii ripoti au mtatengeza ingine, muhakikishe nako mmeiweka Lamu ndani tuweze kuzalisha, na wale watoto wenu watakuja kufanya kazi kule. Haimaanishi mkipeleka pesa Lamu ni watu wa Lamu tu ndio watafaidi, hapana. Poti iko Lamu, poti iko Mombasa, lakini wanafanya kazi kule ni Wakenya wote. Kwa hivyo narejelea, pesa pelekeni mashinani, tutoe watu kwenye miji waende wakafanye kazi mashinani. Mkileta huku mtabidi pesa, mfano zikipelekwa Nairobi zaidi, watu watatoka Lamu waje na wakae Nairobi kutafuta makazi. Asante Bwana Spika.
The Honorable Obo, you have spoken well, but if you look at the report, it is a report that was trained squarely on the industry as it exists. I am aware that there are good reports that there can be excellent farming of sugarcane in the Tana River Basin, and also the Ramisi area in Kwale. And this report in no way refers does not in any way deny the development of those areas. So I think as an industry, those are issues that you have correctly pointed out, but this report does not deny those areas' development also. Yeah. We shall have contribution from the Honorable Nguna Ngusia, member for
Thank you, Mr.
Mwingi
Speaker.
West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me. Mr. Speaker, let me thank our chairman, Ole Kenta, for the wonderfully done report. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to let you know I was part of these members of parliament who traveled to Western Kenya and Nyanza to investigate on this matter. I recall, Mr. Speaker, the effort we put the entire 2 days, traversing and crisscrossing Moroni, Chemelili, Mumias, and even Miwani, and we had also decided to travel to Sony Sugar. Mr. Speaker, I am not actually emotional, but I'm one of the biggest losers of this saga because I'm a shareholder of Mumias Sugar. And I recall I lost millions of shillings because of this issue. Mr. Speaker, when we were doing this investigation, we traversed so many areas, and these areas actually, Mr. Speaker, if you could actually bear me witness, we witnessed the issues of poor, dilapidated infrastructure. Even going to some of those companies, there was no roads actually to access the factories. And that is why we are agitating actually to the sugar levy to be reintroduced so that we can revive some of these infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, one of the actually touching issue is the Mumias Sugar, which we met over 4,000 farmers, actually 2,000 or 4,000 somewhere there. And these farmers, you could inevitably conclude that this was the only sole source of their income, the only sole source of their food, and everything you can depend on. And Mr. Speaker, all these people, they looked at us desperately, try to see how we can actually come up with the recommendation of reviving Mumias Sugar. And that is why I'm agitating this report, even the way it has been tabled in Parliament after doing investigation 1 year. It means we have not prioritized it. Mr. Speaker, we did this report actually last year, and we are discussing it in Parliament today. I don't know how we are going, and I hope we are not legislating in vain some of the issues we raised. One of the key issues, which was very obvious with this, which was cutting across, it was that careless management, careless staff. I recall, Mr. Speaker, the chairman of Mumias Sugar came and addressed us, and she had no information on what was going on with the company. So that is carelessness, Mr. Speaker. Some of the staff, they came from other sectors. They have never even managed anywhere in the economic sector. And Mr. Speaker, I think the staff was not actually properly constituted. Mumias Sugar and KRA, I remember there was collusion of export, and the money was actually deposited in a foreign account. The committee decided to task the EACC to investigate the matter, of which I am sure it has not been done. Mr. Speaker, there was also misuse of resources. Misuse of resources in terms of the individuals there, actually, who are very responsible on this matter. They are still working free without being asked what to do. And the biggest fault, Mr. Speaker, was the auditors of these companies. They have not actually been disclosing properly the status of the financial statement of these companies. Like Mumias was undergoing a kind of going concern. And I remember when we read that report, there was no issue of going concern, which was issued by the auditor. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, and would like actually to beg you to add me 1 more minute, we need to revive this sugar. If the president is very serious with the matters of the 4 agenda, and agriculture is one of them, sugar is one of the industries which has got actually potential of even being exported more than coffee.
The Honorable Nguna Ngusia, you have your minute.
Yes, I am emphasizing we need to revive this sector. This sector must be revived if at all we are serious. Treasury committed to come up with a very good strategy of reviving this industry. We've not seen commitment so far. And I would like to ask our members actually to follow up, even members of parliament from Western and Nyanza. Let us cooperate on this issue and we push to make sure these industries are revived. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I still call upon reintroduction of sugar.
The Honorable Nguna, your time is up. The Honorable Mabonga Mwambu, member for Bumula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, once to thank the committee and especially the chair with his team who traversed our region some times back to have this kind of report to the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. And I want to believe, as my colleagues have said, that we will not give up in pushing the agenda of our people and the interest of this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that you come from the same region and you can bear witness. We don't need to labor so much to convince you that over 3,000 people lost their jobs because of poor management of our factories. Today, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, there is something that has just come up. That this report actually was done way back last year. Today we are debating it here. The issue is how long will it again take for it to be implemented? There is serious sense of lack of commitment in the things that we do from this House, Mr. Speaker. One thing you ought to know, Mr. Speaker, which has been pointed out in this report, if there is serious commitment from the government, I'm happy that definitely my people from our region, they will also be happy. I happen to have some time, at least was it last year, to visit Mauritius. It's such a small country, Mr. Speaker. With a small portion of land, they're doing farming. But how many tons of sugar do they actually export from that country? And I realized one thing because it came out very well from the board that was actually taking us around with the CS. The minister was in charge of agriculture. Mr. Speaker, people are very serious that when they hire the management of such a serious industry, they go for professionals who are ready to deliver. We don't just sit somewhere and reward people who have no even knowledge on how the factory should be run. And I'm happy that today the committee can point out that there is serious management issue in these factories. Mr. Speaker, that is something that should be actually be discussed very seriously, that once we are hiring people in our factories that are generating income for our people and even boosting the economy of this country, we have to be serious the kind of people we are engaging them to do. Number two, Mr. Speaker, this cheap imports that is coming in this country is actually under the watch of the government. There is always an open window that is given to some of these cartels to import sugar. And you remember last year we were actually debating this issue of sugar that had hipped at the former pan paper industry, which was actually, the report just went without being even handled very well. Something is happening. The factory is still standing there and imports are still coming in. Once the window is opened and they feel their cartels have imported sugar, they close. And now the little sugar that is coming from our industry, actually, they have no market. Why? It's because the farm inputs, the cost of production to our people, to our farmers, is very difficult. Mr. Speaker, when we were growing up, and I can assure you, if it were not for sugarcane, some of us could not be where we are. There are people who have gone to school because of sugarcane farming. Mr. Speaker, today there are people who miss education because their parents cannot afford to do anything else other than sugar they had actually depended on all these years. And at times when a culture is built for some season, Mr. Speaker, to change is noticed, and especially to old men who do farming. Mr. Speaker, as we cry right now, people are suffering. Our children at home, they can't pay fees. What is going to be done? I would request the chairman right now, Mheshimiwa Olekenda, that you have a specific timeline of implementing this good report. One thing, Mr. Speaker, that is coming out, please, and I request that you add me a minute just to finish this.
The Honorable Mabonga, I'll add you 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, there is something that we've been battling it. Every time we meet the industry, stakeholders, and even the farmers, and you know very well, Mr. Speaker, in our region, we have over 200,000 farmers. Now they are planning, the government is planning to list these factories without even engaging. You know, even if you're a doctor, even if you're a learned doctor and you know everything to be done with a patient, somehow you have to ask how the patient is feeling. Farmers have not been seriously involved in these things, and definitely people are, again, the same cartels who want the monopoly to enjoy the monopoly in our region and continue to mistreat our people. They are the ones championing this thing. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask you, Honorable Chairman, that we have the specific timelines and engage people who are involved in this thing to ensure that the sugar industry is revived. Mr. President and the entire team of the executive, Mr. Speaker, honestly, if they want the 5,000 jobs that they are looking at, if today we revive the 5 industries that we've just talked about here, what will stop Kenyans to employ more than 5,000 people, maybe even in a month? And it's just a serious commitment. The billions that we are wasting here on things that do not add value at all in this country should go to the sugar industry to revive the backbone of our economy in our region. So the committee and the entire team that traversed, don't tie up. What we want maybe in terms of implementing this report so that our people are happy and our people feel to appreciate what the government is doing and what this House has done is to establish good policies and engage the Treasury immediately so that we have the timeline of engagement and a good report and a good management of our factory. Even those ones that are standing right now, they are struggling because of the same thing. Management is bogus. You find a factory running without a board. Where are they responsible? I've talked of auditors. Who audited these people? Reports have come out. Nobody even makes a follow-up of the same. So, Mr. Speaker, I submit and I support this report, but let's carefully follow these things to the letter to ensure that our people are safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well spoken. Honorable Mwambo, I know you come from the Nzoia region, where it's a tragedy. The failure of Nzoia factory and the collection area is a tragedy for that area. And it is hoped that something will be done. We shall have the Honorable Mboko Kamisi, member for Likoni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, hata mimi pia nizungumzie swala hili la ukuzaji wa sukari. Na mimi niseme kila sehemu katika Jamhuri ya Kenya, watu wa sehemu hizo wako na uti wa mgongo wa uchumi wao. Na hakika watu wa magharibi na watu wa Nyanza, sukari imekuwa uti wa mgongo katika mambo yao ya kiuchumi. Na swala hili la sukari ni swala nyeti kwa sababu viwanda hivi vya sukari vilivyotajwa vilikuwa vimeajiri zaidi ya watu takriban 40,000 kwa takrimu hizo za nyuma. Na pia kilikuwa kinafaidisha watu zaidi ya 100,000 ambao wale ni wakulima wa kilimo cha sukari. Hivyo basi pia kuweza kufaidisha zaidi ya jamii ama watu milioni 2 katika taifa letu la Kenya. Ni masikitiko ya kwamba viwanda hivi vyote viliweza kufa na hivyo basi kupoteza ajira kwa Wakenya wetu na kupoteza hali ya kimaisha pia kwa Wakenya wetu. Hivi sasa rais wetu wa taifa la Kenya amezungumzia ajenda zake 4 na katika ajenda moja amezungumzia mambo ya viwanda. Kwa Kiingereza tumesema industry ama manufacturing. Basi iwapo ako na ajenda kama hino ama shabaha hino alionayo, ni wazi kabisa ripoti kama hino iweze kutekelezwa ili tuweze kufufua viwanda hivi. Tumeona ya kwamba changamoto nyingi zilikuwa katika mambo ya sera. Kumekuwa na sera duni ambazo zimekuwa zikiweza kuwasumbua sana wakulima wetu ili kuweza kuendelea na kilimo chake kwa njia ya sawa. Pia vile vile kumekuwa na njia ya ushindani. Wakulima wetu wamekuwa hawana uwezo wa kushindana na wale wakulima wa kutoka nchi za nje katika biashara hii ya mambo ya sukari. Tunasema ile competition with foreign producers of sugars kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, kwa wale ambao wangetaka kuelewa kwa Kiingereza. Vile vile pia mambo ya soko ambayo Kiingereza tunasema marketing, ilikuwa ni changamoto kwa sababu nchi yetu iligeuka ikawa ni sehemu, kwa Kiingereza tunasema dumping site ya sukari zile ambazo zinatoka katika nchi za nje, ambazo sukari zile wakati zinafika hapa zinaweza kuhujumu wakulima wetu na kuweza kufanya sukari yetu ambayo inaweza kukuzwa na wakulima wetu kuweza kukosa soko hata hapa kwetu Kenya, mbali na zile nchi zingine za nje. Kwa hivyo jambo kama hilo ni jambo ambayo kama kwenda mbele kama taifa la Kenya lazima tuweze kulizingatia sana. Vile vile kujenga taaluma zaidi kwa wakulima wetu katika ukuzaji wa sukari hivi sasa, sababu tuna lengo na madhumuni ya kufukua viwanja kama hivi. Hilo litakuwa ni swala la muhimu sana. Vile vile lazima kuwe na mambo ya fedha, ile tunasema funding, na pia kuwe na kitu tunasema special funding, kwa sababu hivi ni viwanda vimekufa na viwanda vilivyokuwa vizuri ambavyo vimeboresha Wakenya na kuboresha uchumi wa taifa la Kenya. Hivyo basi katika njia ya kuvifufua lazima kuwe na hazina maalum ambayo itawekwa kuhakikisha ya kwamba ripoti hii na yale ambayo sisi tumeyasema ya kwamba ama tumeyapendekeza yaweze kutekelezwa, kuwe hakuna tashwishi yoyote ya kuweza kutekeleza. Swala jingine lilikuwa pengine ni kwa sababu ya mishahara, wafanyikazi walikosa mishahara. Lakini je, swali ni mishahara ilikosekana kwa nini? Pale katika ripoti tunaona kuna mambo ya ufisadi ambao ulikuwa umekithiri kwa kiwango ambacho hata wakulima walishindwa kupata yale mapato yao, wafanyikazi waliweza kushindwa kupata mishahara yao, na hivyo basi kuweza kuhujumu ukuzaji ule na kuhujumu viwanda vyetu viliokuwa wakati ule. Jambo jingine ambalo nataka kuzungumzia, utekelezaji wa sheria zile ambazo ziko mwafaka na yale ambayo hivi sasa sisi kama bunge la kitaifa tumezungumzia, lazima iwe ni swala tutalichukulia kwa upeo wa juu sana. Tusiwe tu sisi tutaweza kuzungumza, tutaweza kusema ile Kiingereza tuna debate hapa ama tumezungumzia ripoti, lakini kisha inaweza kuwekwa tu kule na hakuna utekelezaji. Sasa ni wakati bunge hili liweze kuhisabika katika kufufua ukuzaji na viwanda vya sukari. Leo tunaona katika miji yetu ile tunasema urban centers, watu wengi wamejaa, kumekuwa na misongamano kwa sababu kule nyanjani, kule mashambani, Kiingereza tunasema rural, hakuna ajira yoyote, hakuna viwanda vyovyote. Wakenya wote wanakimbilia mijini. Inakuwa pia kuna matatizo mengine ambayo ile Kiingereza tunasema rural urban migration. Kwa hivyo sisi iwapo pia tunataka kukabiliana na mambo kama hayo, lazima kuwe na viwanda ambavyo vilikuwa mashinani viweze kuboreshwa kwa njia ya hali ya juu na teknolojia.
The Honorable Mishi, have you completed? Very well. We shall now have the Honorable Olekenta, the chair, to reply. There being no further interest.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members who have spoken and supported the motion. And Honorable Speaker, some things have come out which are already in the report, like the zoning issue that Honorable Wangwe raised, and that's a very pertinent issue because what has been happening is that you will confine farmers to a particular area. They are not paid. And they say that it is not viable and they want to be able to sell their produce to whoever is going to give them the highest, the highest price. And the zoning will be a big issue. And as everybody said, our people have become poor. And I can assure you as a house that on this one we shall not retreat, because a lot is at stake. It's the lives of our people, it's their rights as Kenyans, and it should not be allowed. Because when somebody raises the issue, as have already been said, that the cost of production is too high, why is it not too high in Uganda? Why is it not too high in Sudan? Why is it not too high in other countries that are not even better equipped than ours? It's just because we are intentionally killing the sugar industry. Honorable Royal has raised a very pertinent issue about the cost, and I'd like to assure her that in our report we have talked about the Kwale International Sugar, which is actually in the cost, and most of the employees there are actually from Western Kenya. So as you said, and I agree with you, is that where the sugar is, any Kenyan can get employment. And I think that is something we must do. The other good thing about the cost sugar production is that it actually matures at half the time that the one in Western Kenya matures. So this is something that we must all come together and support. And I think, and I will call the sugar producing members, the areas that you come from the areas that sugar is grown. Let us kind of create a caucus to follow up this up. Because if you are going to wait for the so-called task force, the so-called what, without the input of the representative of the people, I'm assuring you one thing, it will never happen. Because those are still the beneficiaries of these corrupt practices. They are the ones who are eyeing the land, they are the ones who are trying to make sure that our people are poor, and unless the people leaders, the leaders in parliament, come together and say, enough is enough, let us call back our rights, I'm telling you, this thing can be done. And we have seen it when you talk about the so-called, the sugar, what was it called? The one that we had the other time with some funny things. So I think it's something that we need to do. And I'd like to thank also the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, and my staff, and of course the members, because they facilitated this report. And I can tell you, this is one report that had a lot of goodwill from all over the place. And I think it's a goodwill that we must ride on and ensure that all these things are done. Even though our role is actually to report on the implementation status, I think, as you said, we can go beyond that and ensure that we follow up. But we can only do so also with the assistance of the committee concerned, the Committee on Agriculture, because there are actually regulations and laws that you are supposed to pass to enable these farmers actually get the fruits of their labor. So, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank all the members, and I beg to reply, and thank you so much.
Job well done. We are proud of you, the Honorable Kenta. Job well done. Honorable members, for good reason, I direct that the next steps in regard to this report to be undertaken when it will be set down for consideration of the House again. And looking at the time and for the convenience of the House, I direct that that will be the last business that we'll have for today. Therefore, honorable members, the time being 6:52 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 8th October 2020 at 10 a.m.